Oh, that's it? I thought that song was longer. I remember it being longer, but then it's been ages since Fallen London had a mobile presence. All those songs came from the short lived mobile game, which was a fun game. That was my introduction to Fallen London and Fail Better Soul Universe. But it turned out that developing their story for mobile meant pretty much developing two games at the same time. Hey, Wither's this again? True, the world does keep changing, and it does feel a bit loud. See, Sunless Skies is one of those beautiful games that doesn't freeze everything when you all tab out, so I can actually see where the bars are. How about that? So, Wither et al. What I'm doing here is going to be a 1cc for the Sovereign Edition, kind of as a rebellion against the prevailing conventional wisdom. People go into Sunless Skies expecting it to be like Sunless Sea, and you have to retire all the time, crew or expendable, blah blah blah. But that's the worst way to play. You could very feasibly do one captain from start to finish and only retire when you're done and clear everything out. And that is exactly what I'm going to do. So in lieu of this little skull tracking my deaths, what I'm going to do is track crew death. Even have a nice little spreadsheet there via !crew to keep track. Because I figure what we could do for some fun, right, is give names to the crew, and every time there's some event that kills them off, we could roll a dice, bit of a random number generation thing, and keep track of who survives, who dies. Let me pull up some dice. Random dice generators. A Wizard of the Coast dice roller. That'll be appropriate. It's kind of empty right now, very bare bones, very basic. And needs like a lot of actual names and not just Sampleton. So feel free to suggest crew names. Gotta be half the fun in this. Would you care to be a crewman with her? So the goal for this, apart from just keeping one captain to the end, is going to be a truth ambition, a proper killing of the sun. And whatever quests, sub-stories, etc. that I deem interesting. Legacy campaign, of course. Aiming assistance off, projectile speed standard. You can't make it harder, just easier. Slower to easily avoid, default, somewhat slower. Supply consumption standard, easier or easier. It's fine as is. Been playing a fair bit of this since it was released. Log of Her Majesty's Locomotive, the Orphean, March 14, 1905. Our expedition to the domain of the dead has been eventful. The Orphean is damaged, and in grievous need of repairs and supplies. We are returning in haste to the Reach, where I hope to make port to New Winchester. May God be with us, for 1,000 deaths wait in the sky. Final entry of Captain Amelia Charity Woodlock, DCM, written shortly before her death. See, I like this one more than C. Part of it is that I played this before C. Let's be honest. I'll own up to that. But C to me felt like Thought in London with an interface, more than a game that continues on a different style of storytelling. And let's face it, it's got that Alexis Kennedy thumbprint all over it, which I kind of feel between part of Thought in London, C, Cultist Simulator, is kind of like the Stephen Moffat thing, where it's trying to like feel like it's trying to be smarter than it is. Wreck of the Ozymandias. Not quite self-referential, self-indulgent. I'm not really all too fond of self-indulgent writing, unless it could back it up. The wreck hangs in the sky, pocked with recent gunfire. You and the boarding party don your sky suits, garments of wax canvas, lined with felt to protect against the cold of the sky. Two of the crew are whispering as they dress. What business did Captain Whitlock have with the Blue Kingdom anyway? Why the devil do we trespass in the districts of the dead? You silence him. Now is not the time. Leap across the wreck. You jump. Your stomach lurches with vertigo as the stars blaze above you and below. The air of the heavens is thin and torn by unpredictable winds. Then your boots hit the running board of the Ozymandias, and your leather-gloved hands fumble for a hold. One of your companions throws you a line, and you lash the two engines together. Only then do the rest of your boarding party follow you. One of them forces open exterior hatch and clamber inside. I kind of felt that with her. Like I've had to turn down the volume myself here, because that feels kind of loud. I've been trying to go by the bars on Streamlabs, but sometimes the bars aren't the most accurate thing. The good news is that I've been reliably being louder since starting streaming. I'm not quite mumbling and shuffling over my words as much, but game audio can still be a fair bit loud at times. I do like it louder. I've watched some streams where either the streamer or the game audio or both are really silent, so you gotta like max out your audio, and even then squint your ears to hear. So I do like when the game is audible and the streamer isn't drowned out. How's it now? Turn it a few notches lower. Apasire Voci, is that a recommendation for a crew name? Because if it is, I'll gladly toss it in there. I'm not sure though if I'll keep track of like what positions various people have, since when it comes to like crew deaths or whatever else, the game seems to assign, oh, this person was a stoker, this person was an engineer, and now they're dead. Her interior is cold, unlit, and whistles with wind. Your party's lamps spread buttery light over the narrow, paddled passages. You make your way to the hold, stepping over bodies crumpled in the corridor. Unfortunately, your way is blocked. A bulkhead has been mangled inward by a well-aimed barrage. Clear it. More precarious path. Clear it. A length of pipe as a pry bar. You strain against the stubborn steel. You remember an event from a year ago. A boiler explosion had trapped an engineer under a tangle of plating and pipework. The captain was first on the scene. You were second. Together, you managed to pry the wreckage upwards enough for you to crawl beneath it, while the captain braced the bar across her back. By all means, take your time, she grunted, as you dragged the engineer out. Back in the present, the twisted bulkhead yields. Your companions cleared the exposed rubble away. The way is clear. You've reached Ozymandias' hold, a ruin of smashed cargo and spilled supplies. Hopefully somewhere in Mr. Detritus. You could find parts to repair the Orphean and restock your stores. Basic tutorial stuff. Also going to be kind of a, how to put it, exhibition of the new Sovereign Edition. It seems I could play this once every year, so I won't read everything. Just interesting stuff, I guess. Renewed. You've had enough food and gear to restock your supplies, and enough spare parts to make necessary repairs to the Orphean. The food will need to be thoroughly thawed, of course, but you've eaten worse of the skies. Aho, cries one of your party, prying the lid off a long crate. It holds a cannon, still nestled in straw. Another crewman pulls a battered bird cage from a pile of ruined cargo. Within the cage, something winged and furry opens a sullen eye. You examine your finds. Jerusalem cannon to the Orphean. Her own weapons were damaged during your flight from the Blue Kingdom. That leaves you vulnerable. I can't imagine what Captain What's-Her-Face was thinking, going to the Blue Kingdom with only the starter engine. The Cotterall and Hather Sage Jerusalem fire single shells to a good range, more or less accurately. You order 2 of your party to get back to your vessel, and fit it immediately. The Ozymandias groans again. The structure shudders, spasmodically. And diffident bat. The heavens are wide, so locomotives use scouts like bats to locate things of interest, ports, resources, wrecks like this one to scavenge. The bat treats its rescue as an inconvenience, and immediately begins haggling over pay. You offer to put it back in its damn cage, and leave it on the Ozymandias, at which point it becomes more polite. You doubt it will last. Then press on, not without risk or return. Press on. %50 chances of success all around. Can I really risk losing crew? Well, we haven't even named them all yet. Smaller party ahead to retrieve fuel. Hasty search. Go myself for a hasty search. Alright. I'll keep my crew preserved for now. And won the coin flip. The wreck's engines are choked with old ash. You search swiftly, aware of every creak in the bulkhead, every tremble that runs through the dead locomotive. Finding several sacks of coal, you drag them to an exterior hatch and fling them across to the Orphean before leaping after them. Unshackling your locomotive from the Ozymandias, you stoke your engines and steam away, restocked, refueled, repaired, and rearmed. Okay, how are my settings? Do I still have it set to space? Okay, good. Attacks were sensible. By default, you click to attack with mouse, but with the headlight and moving around, that kind of makes it distracting. So if I had it easier, just use space. Do it entirely via keyboard. Summoned by Captain Whitlock. The walls of the captain's cabins are lined with a hodgepodge of curios from across the sky. Captain Whitlock lies in bed. Black marks cover her skin like a monstrous brand. When she coughs, coils of acrid smoke pour from her lungs. Inquire, after her injuries. The locomotive's doctors attend to her. His lips are tight. A word of living fire has pursued the Orphean across the Blue Kingdom. It caught you just before you passed through the transit relay to the Reach, and it set its brand upon the captain. It burned itself right through her, the doctor whispers. When I closed the worst of her wounds, I could see the signs seared into her bones and her organs. Judging from her symptoms, it's on the inside of her lungs, too. The captain leans to one side and vomits a plume of fire into a copper bowl. There is nothing the doctor can do. Approach. The captain opens her eyes as you draw near. She attempts to smile. Her mouth is blistered from the blue fires that dance on her tongue. Her hand grips your arm. Her skin is as hot as a kettle. Made arrangements. The Orphean will be yours. Her voice is just a rasp of burnt meat breath. But promise. She breaks off to scream a word in a language that was not made for human mouths. When she resumes speaking English, she is weaker. Her request little more than a gasp. Promise me one last service. Promise. Promise to obey her last command. Make no promise, set her to rest, pull away. Demand to know why she took the Orphean to the Blue Kingdom. It'd be nice to promise, wouldn't it? She's on her deathbed. She's suffering. But no, demand. While she still can answer. She laughs. A sound like wood snapping on the fire. Ash sprays from her mouth. It was worth it, she swears. Her voice is suddenly firm. Her eyes hard and bright. Then she sinks back into the scorched pillows at a twisting, frantic fever. Take my leave, then. She's not saying any more for me. You leave the cabin, and the scorched stink of its air behind, and return to the bridge. New Winchester is further than you'd like, and the captain hasn't long left. Come on, lucky marauder. Give me a mangonel first thing. No mangonel. Sometimes you get lucky. The mangonel, by most people's accounts, is a mid-game weapon, but it carries me the entire game. 3 shots for most things. 5. Ooh, another one. Mangonel on you. No mangonel yet. It's so cute how tiny the starter engine is. Arrival at New Winchester. Hey, Corpse Eater. Have you played this one before? Because I am rather fond of this. This is like my first time, third time playing it on stream. But the Sovereign Edition just recently came out, and figure why not. You coast into the bustle, the din, the soot, and the steam of Wolvesy Station. It is clogged with other engines, scrappy mining locomotives from Lustrum Way, weathered explorers gleaming with frost, sleek company vessels with bright brass fittings. No sooner have you pulled into the sidings than a brusque Dacian Masher bustles over. He requests to come aboard. I must speak with your captain, he insists, brandishing a ledger. The usual formalities. You're terrible at it? Well, in that case, feel free to stick around and grab some tips. And I'm kind of keeping track of crew in this game for this playthrough, since this is a 1cc intended to keep one captain from beginning to end. So, if you wanna name one of the maybe expendable crew, feel free to toss a name in, and I'll add it to the list. He has just a predator shoulder. His face is solemn. His hat is at his hands. He lowers his eyes. The crew exchange bleak, wordless looks. The Orphean itself feels suddenly more empty. The station master looks confused. You inform him that unfortunately, Captain Whitlock has just passed. Ah, he says neutrally. Sorry to hear that. Very sad, very sad. He waits for what he considers to be an appropriate minute and a half, before continuing. Alas, even amidst tragedy, the cogs of bureaucracy must turn. If Captain Whitlock is deceased, the station authority requires require their answers from the first officer. He dons a set of spectacles and locates his pen. It will be relatively painless. Name, background, purpose of visit, etc. Shall we begin? Begin. For the character generation. I've played a couple of captains in the post-Sovereign game so far, and I gotta say, never have my stats been more balanced. Bartholomew broke. Alright, that's 2 crewmen. Bam. But yeah, in Sovereign, never have my stats been more balanced, since when you level up now, it gives you, like, what, 5 facets to choose from, and you can't save scum to get better facets. You can only choose from what you're getting, which is kind of a shame for me because I like giving varied backgrounds to my captains, or at least somewhat unique ones. And there's always going to be a point where you get like 3 or 4 levels of just choose between these dull things. You have no choice. Either you were a prisoner, or you exercised, or you have a pen pal. Pick now. Which is more frustrating, because there are a few new facets in the game that I didn't see the first time through. And there's a few facets you could unlock through the course of gameplay, like being under 10 hull, helping the cultists out at Wolbury-Juxtamer, choosing a faction to pan. But with the randomization, you might just miss out on getting those things you earned. But ultimately, it doesn't matter too much since stats are kind of going to be where you want them to be anyway. And some of the higher end gear had their points requirements dropped by 10. And now, if you max out to level 20, you could actually commit experience points to raise each skill by 10 points max further. But what is this captain going to be, this one captain? I'm going to stick through for the whole playthrough. A Sailor, fresh from sea. Let's make a Sailor. Let's pretend that we were a Z captain. Brought in. You were a Z captain. You remember bats winging across still Black Sea. The distant lights of London calling you home. Salty prayers offered to heedless gods. It was a hard life, and often a short one. But you made your mark. What were you known for? Smuggling, exploring. You bought and sold. Let's be explorers. Yours are far, lonely journeys. You endured nameless hardships. You rallied your crew in face of utmost uncertainty. Or bought and sold, a merchant. A precarious life lived on a knife edge between fortune and ruin. Which is kinda why Sunless Sea didn't impress me too much. Because Sunless Sea presents itself as like randomization hell, an economy being so difficult, but building up generational wealth was like the meta. All you had to do was buy some boxes, trade coffee to the surface, capture some sunlight, sell the excess boxes, retire. Whether it's saying, see, brutal when it comes to lacking knowledge about something. Honestly, for Sunless Skies, both hearts and mirrors are pretty solid stats. They tend to be the two that I try to max out the most. Hearts especially. The way I see it, hearts is the ultimate stat and mirrors a close second. But alright, we were merchants who are seeking the truth. Even the stars have secrets, but they won't keep them from you. A message from an old friend. Big as an unwise quest to learn a secret that the stars hide. What drives you? Curiosity, justice, insolence? Whatever it is, it will be tested. Be warned. This is a demanding ambition best played by a lineage that has already completed wealth or fame. Nah, deny it. Appearance, none. Who shall I be? Maybe beardless. Where's chin? Want to get myself a good starter profile and build off that. Or not, fine. Who's got a better chin? From 0. Kind of feeling. Was it 6? It wasn't 6, it was early on. Maybe 1 or 3 perhaps? I'll say 3. Nose. Doesn't matter too much. Spending way too much time already picking my nose. Glasses, a must. Alright, hat's in the way. Hair 2's pretty cute. Hair 6 for some curls. And it's cold in space, so a thick jacket. Kinda looks decent. Let's name you Gwyn instead of Guinea. Madam Gwyn, to inherit after Captain Whitlock. Former Z Captain, Merchant, Seeker of the Truth and Lost Friends. Starting stats 25, 10, 17, 10. Good enough. Disable a device. Reading of the will. 3 weeks have passed. This morning, Captain Whitlock received a simple memorial service. Her body was consigned to an Acropolis train bound for the Serene Mausoleum. Now you sit, with a handful of her relatives, in the threadbare offices of her solicitors. A methodical notary is reading the will. The captain was wealthy once, but squandered her capital on mysterious expenses before her expedition to the Blue Kingdom. The captain's relatives, for whom she was mostly estranged, are clearly wondering why you are here. In a final codicil, the notary announces, Captain Whitlock confirmed that possession of the Orphean was to pass to its first officer. He peers at you, with dry, gray eyes. This includes a certain black box contained in the Orphean's hold. Captain Whitlock's final request was that, at a time of your choosing, you transport said box to an address in London. He hands you an address card, and deposit it there. You are not to look inside. She gave no explanation. And that's it. You're captain now. The Orphean is yours. First things first, hey driver. I specialize in test driving, but I'm looking forward to something quieter. Thing is, he cost 100, right? 20 sovereigns, never mind, I can afford that. What harm could it do? A chief engineer to increase iron by 6, hearts 2, establishment affiliation by 1, and automatically assigns. The driver boards, eager to get started. I recently parted ways with a Windward company, they explain. Personally, I think a crash a week isn't so bad. They disagreed. Oh well, live and learn. Okay, so first things first. Is to learn about trading. Otherwise, the prospect for seeds for Magdalene will never disappear. Part of it's easy money, part of it is clearing up space for better, more lucrative prospects. Report to the station advises you to visit nearby pub, promise of days. Played through this twice before, simply here. To get through it, Mass Citizen, Plucky Baroness, Bedeviled Didact, these guys certainly are never going to show up again. Make fortune through trade, learn about Magdalenes, prospect get, and Bronzewood for Avon, haven't got it, but still going to claim it. Where are these anyways? Magdalenes. To the southeast of New Winchester. So, the biggest difficulty for this game is when the map is still kind of grayed out and resources are low and you're still stuck in exploration mode. Once you know where things are, and you get pretty efficient routes for fuel and food consumption, and good escape routes if you gotta flee from things, it's pretty easy. But until then, if there was a way to maintain the early game tension after you already know where everything is, that'd be amazing, but can't be helped. Fastidious Inspector, excuse me. Excuse me, Captain. A woman pushes through the crowds towards you. She is short and square-shouldered, in a neat black suit and polished shoes. She shows you the case out of her pocket watch. It is embossed with the crown and hourglass of London's horological office, the body responsible for ensuring time is consistent across the empire. I'm hoping to book passes to Port Prospero, she says, slipping the watch away. I can pay you. I can, of course, pay. Of course, especially early on, you need all the extra money you can get, be it 50 or 100. Prospero to the south-southeast of Winchester. Thank you. The locomotive I was on broke down, following a boiler rupture. The chief engineer's fault, I suspect. A gentleman fonder of brandy than of diligence. Here, an initial sum to seal our bargain. Prospero lies south-southeast. Not that there is such a thing as north, south, east, or indeed west out here. Instead, London cartographers picked 4 of the brighter, more reliable stars visible from the Empress's new palace, and named them north, east, south, and west. Londoners value familiarity. What else to do here? Ambition. Might as well pick up my friend's letter. Following your return to New Winchester, you are eager to meet up with an old friend. She is an earnest mariner. Much like your entry in the Abbott Horizon, who your friend is based entirely upon what background you chose. You and she served aboard the Pimpernel, sailing the dark Untersee from Port Carnelian to Wither, from the Iron Republic to Venderbite. The 2 of you served under several captains, before saving enough to seek captaincies of your own. You kept in touch, leaving messages for one another in twinkling ports scattered across the sea, and meeting occasionally in London to share stories of narrow escapes. The sky was new to her. The sky was a new sea to her. When she arrived in the heavens, she immediately bought a locomotive and set out again, she is a captain with the Azazel, and associates, with a group of seasoned captains who gathered the promise of days here in New Winchester. Perhaps you could find her there. What? No way. Her friends are those 4 captains? Nuh-uh. You know she's one of the coterie. But where is she? Ah, she speaks of you often, the plucky Baroness says. I'm afraid you've missed her. We've all been missing her, recently. Busy girl. But she's doing important work in London. The bedeviled didact frowns, darkly, and fingers one of his amulets. We've been assisting in her own small ways, but, well, she'll want to explain herself. She's left a letter for you. Meg pulls a crumpled envelope from her pocket of her patched coat. I'd open it somewhere private, or someone, she glares at the masked citizen, will try to read it over your shoulder. The masked citizen nods, unapologetically. It's true. I'm a disgrace. Your friend has left you a letter, which included a coded message. Can you decipher it? At the very start of the game, no. Privately, you examine the letter. The earnest mariner's handwriting, never neat, is clearly hurried. There are several unfinished trains of thought angrily struck through. She writes, coyly, of having embarked on a journey of the most fundamental discovery, and having discovered celestial secrets. She says she wants to discuss her progress with you, but does not say where or when. The envelope contains a collection of unfinished crosswords cut from the newspapers. But I lack the 2 savage secrets. I'm too brain dumb to solve a simple cipher. The black box. Captain Whitlock left it to you in the hold of the Orphean. Orphean. Can't rename it. Her will described it only as a black box, a description you consider to be an unhelpful understatement. It is a casket, a black basalt, longer than you are tall, unadorned, with a single small recess that contains a keyhole. The thing must weigh most of a ton. It stands upright at a quarter of the hold, where the crew have pushed it out of the way. What to do with it? Remember when Captain Whitlock acquired the box? Captain Whitlock had brought it on board just before your ill-fated expedition to the Blue Kingdom. It was empty then. You know, because you saw the lid and the box carried on board separately and assembled in the hold. It is not empty now. It is sealed, and even heavier than before. But you left for the Blue Kingdom shortly after the box was delivered, and made no stops on the way. So whatever is inside the box now, Captain Whitlock found it in the Blue Kingdom. Examine it. It has the dimensions of a sarcophagus, plundered from the tomb of some forgotten prince of Egypt. There are no carvings or inscriptions on it. The join where the lid meets the body is too thin to admit even a knife blade. There are no holes by which light or air may find their way in. It is impossible to see inside without opening it. Even the keyhole has been engineered in such a way as to prevent peeking. The recess with the keyhole, though, as far as you could determine, that is more of a recent addition to the box. The stone has been drilled and chiseled away to create space for a modern metal lock. Alright, what to do? The last request of Captain Amelia Whitlock was for the box to be transported to a specific address in London. Alternatively, you could perhaps find someone willing to purchase it as a curiosity. And if you knew what was inside, you might be able to command a higher price. Or not. We'll just keep it for the time being. So where is Port Davon? To the southwest of New Winchester. See, the advantage of having played this so much is that you kind of know where things are supposed to be. Unlike Sunless Sea, which is randomized every single captain This is what? Randomized only upon your first entry to the area? And it's randomized, in which things are mostly shuffled around and rotated, but mostly still in the same place. If Magdalene's is here, Prosper is always going to be here. If the circus is here, Hybris is always there, with the same routes, same passageways. So southwest was it? Wait, was that Prosper or Avon? That was Avon to the southwest, right? Port Avon, southwest of New Winchester. Food is plenty for 8 mouths to feed. Fuel is alright, cause light engine, light cargo. A whopping 1.73 fuel efficiency. Don't even need a bat, really. Could sell that to just bank it to free up some space, some weight allowances. Also, check this out. They actually added a little background to the text. Before Sovereign, there was no border or anything to any of the words that popped up on the sky. So if you had the misfortune of being in a place like Wolverine, hey, Port Avon, an oddly tilted Port Avon. But yeah, anyway, you could easily end up in a situation with white text on a white background and not be able to read what the game is trying to tell you. For the, what was it, 2 years I was playing before Sovereign, that was the only thing I really wanted from this. Just a border on the text on the sky so you could actually read it. Arriving at Port Avon, behold, a ruin of giants. Gargantuan blocks jigsawed together, furred with moss and whispering with orchards. A bucolic village nestles amongst them. Smoke coils daintily from the chimneys. A leisurely game of cricket unfolds on the village green. It might just be sheep shaggers and rugby players, but they're pleasant sheep shaggers and rugby players. Since nothing really sinister happens here, it's just your typical village that's a bit weary of outsiders. The wiki whispers a lot about changing the face of Port Avon, but I've never seen the options for that. Could be old content, could be cut content. Like the, what is it? Cysts of faces that's mentioned in all the pre-release stuff but never shows up anywhere. An oily-faced, black-haired girl waves at your locomotive in a position. Welcome to Port Avon, she calls as you disembark. A rich knot of scents greets you. Leaves and wood smoke, enriched by an infrequent but pungent intrusion of goat. I don't know if that's a reference to anything, but I was just about to make some comment about it's not so bad if she was a former rugby player. Could still accept her for that. Port reports. Were it not for talk of smugglers and sky beasts, you could easily confuse this place for a village on the world you left behind. It's quite peaceful here, apart from some fuss over newspaper delivery. The villagers frown and change the subject when you ask about it. An old joke. We didn't get such jokes out in the West Pacific, so it's new to me. Repentant. Ooh, can I afford him though? Because that's a solid 100, isn't it? And I've only got 199. Looking for passage, claims to be useful, doesn't ask where you're headed. And he's repentant, there can be no harm. But the harm is money. Literally just started, want to keep it on one captain without starving or dying. I'll bank him here. He's gonna stay here, he's not gonna leave. Because if I were to take him now, I would only have 24 sovereigns left over. I can't do it. Not in this state. Brotherage's A Tour of Heavens describes Port Davon's single public house as a welcome respite, justly framed for its authentic Old Earth cider. The locals can be welcoming for a while. Recruit more crew here, or more importantly, a short-sighted cryptozoologist to pay me a little bit more. She perches at a stool in the corner, staring at a map of the Reach. I could have. No, must have taken a wrong connection to New Winchester. A tiny figure weighed down by 2 backpacks and a heavy duffel coat looks through thick glasses at her map and then up at you. Excuse me, I need passage. I don't suppose you could help me? I'm on the trail of unusual beasts. I can pay you for your time. But not upfront pay. Hybris. Oh, that's the worst possible one. Usually it's... Where's she want to go? Lustrum is a popular one. Ledbetter's. But Hybris is all the way out on the very edge of the map. So that's 100 coin I'm not going to get anytime soon. She leans in conspiratorially, knocking over every glass of the table. They say there's a colony of singing Blemingans there. You know, little mushrooms with teeth. I'm a huge fan of their poetry. I'd love to hear what they sing about. Though speaking of, intercede in a mushroomy matter. The pub is out scrumpy. The barman blames a creature, a cross between a mushroom and a jellyfish. It sways in its seat at the bar. Who does this creature belong to? Bellows a man, fuchsia with rage. The Blemmingan he points at is a grizzled member of his species. Most of them are left behind underneath. The fuchsia gentleman roars in fury. Between bellows, the truth emerges. The Blemmingan is no one's pet, and, far worse, no one would admit responsibility for its tab. The Blemmingan is unconcerned with the tumult. It nods its cap at you with grim respect, then flops a tendril into a mug of stout. It stares bleakly through the window. Settle its tab, because Irons 2 mirrors 1 is pretty decent for a mascot. The Blemmingan is looking to sign for one last journey. If you settle its bill, it'll join you in a locomotive. As the fuchsia gentleman inflates for a particularly prolonged diatribe about ill-mannered captains and their disorderly pets, the Blemmingan climbs to the bar to consider your face. It likes what it sees. With the sound like a shoe being pulled from a swamp, the Blemmingan finishes its drink. It clambers up your arms until it reaches your shoulder, from where it directs you to the door. It has experience in surviving the cold of the heavens and the heat of those too cowardly to traverse them. It respects you. It will serve you well. Three things difficult to say. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Worcester sauce. Okay, got my seeds. Maybe could do with a bit more fuel. How's my cash? Only 34 cash remaining. Level up. Who do I want this captain to be? A spot in prison, an interlude in red and gold, a scar, a scandal. Worst things at Z. My hearts is pretty pathetic. I do want to boost hearts up. Hearts and mirrors. You are the gossip of London salons, and the target of blistering editorials of the Gazette. Mad, they said. Bad, they said. Dangerous to know. What was the incident that exposed you to the buffeting winds of public opinion? A torrid affair. Secret letters, warm and yearning. Furtive assignations where desires, among other things, could be unlaced. The reports were salacious, or a parade of debauchery. Absinthe, wantonness, more absinthe, brawling, gambling, blasphemy, and slander. Absinthe prisoner's honey alone. Prisoners, honey, and company. Is there a vice you haven't explored? It's possible. There are only so many hours of the day. Maybe an affair. It sounds romantic. So next up, Magdalene's, and Magdalene should be southeast. Depending on how Magdalene's oriented, it might be a little tricky to get to. Usually, the passages aren't too bad to it, but just rotating the map a little bit breaks my brain a little. Or was it the first time? Because I have a game save that I'm playing on my off time, and just having it to the northeast and tilted kind of like that, just that alone makes it so completely different from its usual orientation from when I used to play a lot. No mining drill yet. No mining drill, no cash. But once you get that money, suddenly everything gets easier. What's this, a wreck? Gonna miss a small detour. Maybe grab a sky story. The citadel box is shrouded in gray. Close up, you see that the box is covered in delicate webs, studded with cocoons. From the blue and white pattern of one bundle, it appears a spider has trapped a teapot. Inside, beneath the desk covered with rusted levers, is a luggage trunk. Captains in dire need can borrow from the cash inside, but custom dictates they must later replenish it. Read the ledger. The handwriting is poor but legible. Captain Scheich deposited fuel in the cash, hoping to gain good luck. There was a column for malicious notes. The captain writes of a vast object that drew a burning arc across her path. It seared a line into the vision and the navigator's heart. She insisted on trying to follow it for days. For my first vision of heaven. And Cuddles Cone. I probably shouldn't dodge left right too much. For this small starter engine, the side boost really isn't a lot, but each boost does expend some amount of fuel. The fastidious inspector approaches you in the galley. Captain, good day. I notice your ship's clock is stopped. Perhaps you permit me to repair it. She has a little case of tools, and a hopeful expression. Sure, go for it. You prefer things to be right more than twice a day? And if you're nice to her, she does give you a small bonus to pay when you deliver her. She gives a grateful flicker of a smile and sets to work. Soon, she has the back of the clock. She has back off the clock. She has the back off the clock, a third time, and has spread tiny cogs across the galley table. Obscure horological tools gleam brassily among them. Everything has a place. I appreciate the opportunity to keep myself busy. Staring too long at the stars is harmful to the temperament. The city's inspector has a round face, brown eyes, and short dark hair. She gives the impression of being perpetually busy. Inquire about her work. What are the duties of an agent of the horological office? She sniffs. It is of fundamental importance that 10 o'clock on the 2nd of June in one quarter of the Empire occurs at the same time as 10 o'clock on the 2nd of June in the opposite corner. How is an empire to function if it can't agree what day it is? Unfortunately, the process is complicated by the fact that time is less reliable than it was. The hours trade has seen to that. Ask about, news for London. That's a lot of lore. Good background lore. Puts a lot of time to just compliment her skills, get her niceness up. Thank you, she says. A small, embarrassed silence. Doesn't even matter too much if you ask about the war and side with the Tacites. With her Tacites. Important thing is, you complimented her at least once. In my defense, if one isn't really familiar with hobnail boots, Tacites is a perfectly valid interpretation of that assortment of letters. I mean, what is language anyways? Language is poetic. It changes across time and space. An apron used to be a napron. Dialects become language, or even the primary source of the language, given the right amount of influence. It could be Tacites in time. Okay, Maggie, where are you? That's snow. I don't want snow. If I'm seeing snow, I'm far too far. So, is Lustrum and Carillon going to be east then? But there is one bit of snow next to Magdalene's. And then one failed settlement. What if it is this way? And I simply haven't gotten to the right orientation. Like, it could be here. But that's a bit close to Winchester, so maybe not. Fallows. Where is Fallows? Hold on. That's going to have to be the rat, isn't it? That's the rat. That is Memorial to the Unknown Rat. So if the rat is here, and Winchester's here, try to think. So Port Prosper should be there then. Maybe Maggie's is here? It's gonna be here. Hey Robbie, good morning. Would you like to name a crew member at 3, Robbie? Since this is gonna be a 1cc for one captain who is not going to die. I hear the music. It is around here someplace. Already mad at discourse. Oh no, what happened? Oh, Maggie's is right there. I literally turned away from it. The crewman. Normally in games like Sunless Sea and Sunless Sky, your captains die and retire a lot. And so does your crew. Not so much in here though. In Sunless Sea, your crew was deathly expendable. They're less so here, but it does happen. So since my intention is this captain's never going to die, instead what I'm doing is the death counter is going to keep track of crew deaths. And I'm keeping a spreadsheet to keep track of the crew that live or die. Sort of like make a game of it. Captain Chad, alright. Wait, Captain Chad. Fine then. If Captain Chad wants to be Captain Chad, I won't take that as an affront. Which still leaves space for 5 more names. Magdalene's is the closest thing many Skyfarers have to a home. It offers services to alleviate the strain of a life spent too close to the stars. First order business, sell these seeds, complete the tutorial thing, and now seeds for Magdalenes will never appear again until the next death. There's space. We could put Chad Chad too. Captain Chad and their close relative, Chad Chad, all caps. Now, it might be a proper name. There are people who name their own kids like Major or Baron or silly things like that. Also, this is new. When Sovereign came out, this is broken. It wouldn't actually give you the splash for your rewards for completing a prospect. So, Sovereign has come with its own set of like bugs and such. It's supposed to be the definitive edition of Sunless Skies. But Failbetter knows that there are still bugs and things you want to kink out. People mad at the creator of the Pan flag. For supporting pan, bi, lesbians, and kink at Pride? Aren't all those things supposed to be at Pride, though? I'm way confused here. I get that kink at Pride is sort of like an ongoing discussion, but why would the pan and bi lesbians not be allowed at Pride? I mean, are they not pan and bi lesbians? Does it not count as LGBTQIA? Wait. So just supporting pan and bi lesbians in general? Now I'm way confused, Robbie. I don't know if I want these hours. They're on a discount. 165, I'll buy them. 12 cargo space. I had forgotten how tight the cargo space is for the starter ship. Engine. Your starter locomotive. Well, people are dumb. I don't know why they wouldn't want to support bi and pan lesbians. Is there some sort of issue I'm not aware of? Because I don't see the controversy. The glass spires of mandolines pierce the clouds like swords. Shadowed figures can be seen moving through the gleaming corridors, their identities obscured by hued glass. Crowds of skyfarers, ministry officials, and merchants mill about the forecourt, in varying degrees of distress. All watch the clock set in the great clock tower, waiting for their appointed hour. Oh. You see, Robbie, it's things like that that kept many of us away from the LGBT for so long. I have my own letter there. I'm the B, hello. But growing up, seeing how hostile LGBT could be to LGBT, my thinking was, alright, sure, I might be bi, but this whole business here looks far too political and pushed me away. It's that kind of thing that keeps people away from what should be an open, supportive community. I don't mind the letters, the amount of them. LGBTQIA doesn't take too long to say, and is pretty pretty all-encompassing. Everybody falls under Q. You could argue that pan falls under B. The T covers so many expressions. Staff at Magdalene's promise treatment for deleterious effects of the high wilderness: loneliness, desperation, folly, regret, love. A attendant to the foyer schedules appointments with the aid of a hefty daybook and a very accurate clock. They are eager to explain the procedures and rules that govern here. This is a hospitality for the spirit. Our staff will become the person you need. Here, you may say farewell to a doomed comrade, resurrected old love, spar with the defeated enemy, all for a fair price. But do not overindulge. Our services are to heal, not to become an addiction. Though Corpse Eater, in regard to cargo management, really screwing you over, that's part of the excitement of the early game. You can't see the map, you don't have good escape routes, and your cargo is so tight, so you can't really afford to carry too many things. Limited by cargo you have to carry to make money, space for more cargo, space for food and fuel so you don't die. But once you get some good equipment in, and a better engine, then survivability starts becoming a bit more guaranteed. So the early game's all about surviving at that point. Keeping just enough on hand, being very conservative with your routes, and saving up for more freedom. Magdalene's is a buzzed activity. Barely has a clock chime that a clamor goes up from the front desk. Guests rushing to and fro from appointments. Lord So-and-so was seen in conversation with the amenable host. The East Wing was closed for general access all day. A certain distinguished admiral was seen with his second-in-command, entering one of the chambers of regret. Several guests succumbed to an excess of sentimentality and were forcibly removed. Does that mean, Wither, that you're withered again? Taught to patience? Meeting with the amenable host? Will he speak to me? No. Oh, that's right. I need to take part of their services here. But I have no terrors, no nightmares. So I can't do that yet. Ah, in that case, Wither, you and me both. For fuel, 2 foods. I could try to find Prosper. How's the money situation? 209? It's tempting. The smart play would be to go right back. If money, food, and fuel is a bit of a luxury, then you really want to just make excursions out, come back, get the next prospect, go out, come back. But Prosper shouldn't be too far away. If Maggie's is here, and the rat is here, then Prosper should be about in this area, I think. And if that's no here, then that should be the one horror, beyond which is Prosper. So getting there and back with 4 fuel and 2 food should be alright. But I've only got 9... I've only got 3 more storage space, too. That should be fine. 3 storage space, in case there's better prospects at Prosper. Money for dropping off the inspector. And whatever fuel and food I lose, leave space for more food and fuel. The Cantankerous, or lumbering, half-fossilized isopods that would attack anything they disapprove of. Given they are very ancient and murderously grumpy, that means almost everything. Defeated Cantankerous has been blasted to smithereens. Only a cloud of sody chunks remain. Disperse the rubble. Could get an uncanny specimen, but not keen on losing any crew just yet. You gently shunt the larger pieces away. The crew are heartened to be doing something for the general good, and I'm briefly without terror. Listen to his last complaint. Its parting rumble is bitter and mournful. Your crew share tales of the Cantankerous to distract them from the noise. 79% chance success to prize stones. I'll take experience, disguise stories. Its last sound is a prolonged grunt, like a heavy snore on the brink of waking. A crewman tells tale of his prior commission. I started the Nibelung, a mining engine at Lustrum. We were cracking sky rocks, digging out hours. But the seventh rock didn't hold hours. It held one of those. He indicates a Katankery. Devil battered halfway through the hull before he got away. Gotta love those early game levels. Where like 2 or 3 things. Ooh, hold on. Would prefer avoiding full Katankeries. Because for their effort, they really don't give all too much. Especially early game. Oh, this is gonna be a mistake, isn't it? Where's the exit? With their right to find bugs. Speaking of which, did you ever get around to what is it? My very own myth? It turns out that when John Ingold was tweeting about certain styles of storytelling, that like remember stuff or whatever. Oh no. No guess, please. That my very own lith isn't something he wants to check out to take inspiration from. See, the sex game-wise might not be your style, but the strength of my very own lith is in the storytelling, the overarching storytelling. You could just click right on through all the sex stuff all you want to get to the juicy stuff. Because, oh my goodness, man. When it gets to the actual story in that game, you will weep. I weep. But I weep at everything. But still, you don't expect a little furry porn game to carry such an actual narrative in it that remembers so much of your choices, reframes them, judges you for it in an actual meaningful way, not just like a cheap specs off the line way. Alright, first up, I do believe I had a level up. Interlude, smoggy streets, prison, August Avenues, a lost love. I'm a sucker for having a lost love. Love, the gradual erosion of that which separates you from someone else. The fitting together of 2 lives, as intricately and intimately as threads of a tapestry of the cells in your skin. And when one of those lives end, what remains of the other? You loved. You lost. How badly does it hurt you now? Well, I can't help it with her. That's the very nature of love. The only love that really lasts is the one you end on. So by definition, you're going to be losing a lot of them if you're open up to them. Like a gnawing ache, a hole in the heart. You feel always that something is missing. In the middle of other things, you will look up and around and remember that they will never be there. Or like a fresh wound, as red now as it was then. Sometimes the grief is raw, ravaging, a wolf howl in the midwinter's night. At other times it suddenly slinks, waiting for a reason, any reason, to lift its head and howl again. Irons is also useful, but mirrors. Hearts and mirrors to dominate. Now first off, Fastidious Inspector, you're out. She disembarks with her bag in hand, and peers up at a clock tower that is being raised above the station. It is tangled with scaffolding, and rings with the sound of hammers and the cries of workmen. Accept payment. Receive fuel and supplies, in addition to a sum of money. Alright, shut up space. 12 out of 12. I think I'm good on supplies. I could probably sell it to save space. To play some instances and wow, enjoy with her. Thank you, Captain. Here is the balance of our agreement, and, as promised, a requisition order for fuel and supplies. She cast another glance at the incomplete clock tower. Given the apparent state of construction, I'd recommend you visit the worksite. There may be an opportunity there. And thank you for the pleasant conversation, Captain. The sky can be a lonely place. You enlivened it. I have included a small additional sum in your remunerations, as a token of my gratitude. They plan to call it the Albert Clock, in memory of the departed Prince Consort. But there's a way to go yet. The roof isn't finished, and the clock neither ticks nor bongs. You can see the Fastidious Inspector up among the workings with a spanner and a can of oil, showing the workmen how it's done. What's needed, foreman? Bronze wood, the foreman wheezes bluntly. One consignment. They sell it to Traders Wood and Palmer and Plenty's here. And a gourd of coarser nectar, too. This bunch of work-shy ingrates need constant shouting at, and my voice has given up the ghost. Some nectar should get me bellowing again like a champion. Carolon's your best bet there. Or Titania, Flower Town. We'll pay like. Be warned, materials aren't cheap, occupy space. Tutorial stuff. And only one each. Report then. The factories continue to belch out smoke. All over the bridge, hopeful crowds gather outside the Admiral Nelson. Lovers can be seen strolling arm in arm along the promenade, at a respectable distance from the chaperones. There was a brief protest outside the Windward Company factory, swiftly quelled. The scones at the Nelson were as good as ever, though piquancy of the jam was less than might be desired. Attend a parade? It is apparently the Feast of the Red Saint. Gaudy banners fly over the painted rooftops of Port Prosper. The smog of the East End is hidden away by the giant posters displaying dragons in varying degrees of vivisection. The cramped streets are clogged with people, wealthy East-West Enders, promenade about their amusements, while impoverished East Enders work in the stalls and huddle by chestnut fires for warmth. A painted dragon, pursued by knights, is chased through the crowds, to a chorus of "Ho, the riding!" So who to mingle with? The West, the East, everyone? The hats, the crinoline, the starch that gleams on mustaches. You're sure you'll fit right in, or the East Enders? Lurking in the tents, or manning the stalls in the side streets, or scowling at the passing gentry, they seem more your level. But Skyfarers are not limited by the rigid social structures of Port Prosper, though neither are they beloved for it. Just for minor bonuses. If the West Enders love you, that's some opportunities. If the East Enders do, that's another. And it is possible to curry favor with both. You are treated as a curiosity and viewed from all sides with suspicion. Still, you find yourself in conversation with an elderly colonel who has retired to Port Prosper. A bulwark of sanity, he calls it. A light of the sand against all that stuff out there. He introduces you. Oh, speaking of which, I forgot to do something at Port Avon. I was distracted by the Blemigan, took the Blemigan, took that as a success, and forgot to go upstairs to the Hunter Club. It's alright though. There are plenty of Contankery, and I'm in no condition right now to fight Scribe Spinsters. What's the third one? And Chorister Bees? Might be able to do Chorister Bees. But I'll feel better about Chorister Bees if I have a Mangonel on me. Introduces you to one of the riders of the procession, who takes her to tour the carnival. You converse with the chestnut sellers and flower arrangers, drink at the outdoor pubs, and dance with several of the vaudeville players. At the end of the day, you've learned many names and faces, and even acquired a few calling cards. Tolerated by the prosperous West Enders and the impoverished East Enders. And a factory tour. Today, the factories of Port Prospers are open to the public. And I've got neither mirrors nor veils for safe success. The factories of Port Prosper's East End belch out smoke. Inside, hours mined for the mother mountains are refined. The workers live in tenement blocks adjoining the smokestacks, and are rarely seen in the rest of Port Prosper. Today, the owner of the Windward Refinery is allowing visitors to tour his factory. Loiter, lurk in the shadows, and surprisingly failed. You slip to the shadows to better observe the proceedings. Hidden away, you see all sorts of things you suspect factory owners would prefer you not to. Barrels being assigned to destinations based on bribes rather than need. Fatigued workers, revivified by sips of unrefined hours. Shifts extended and extended again, for time has little meaning here. You are disturbed by a sudden cry of, "I say, who is that lurking behind the barrels?" It is time to be off. Incognito Princess. She cost 100, but there's a trick to it. Perched atop a mountain of luggage is a radiant young woman. She's an officer, dressed in what an actor would wear in a fantastical romance. A tiara rests on her brow. A steady stream of commoners comes to pay homage, bowing and curtsying enthusiastically. Starting circled in dense swarms above her, refugees from old London are a common sight, although not in such numbers. She ignores everything, and hands you papers so pristine they can only be forged. Offer her berth on locomotive, she would certainly make an interesting addition to your crew. A first officer to raise mirrors by 6, hearts 2. I am a humble first officer looking for, what's the word? When commoners do things for coin, she asks. Work. That's it. She beams at you, delighted, as innocent as a Gatling gun. As she steps aboard, a commoner calmly takes a spoon from his pocket and scoops out his eyes. After such radiance, all else is tawdry, he says between screams. It seems she has already forgotten about her signing on money. Which means get to keep all 359 sovereigns. Nothing else, right? Settler transport. Explorers, adventurers, and pioneers gather here freshly arrived from Albion, all waiting for transport further into the Reach. So where do you want to go, buddy? My friend has been sending me postcards from Port Davon, and I've never seen anywhere so quaint. You must take me there. She rushes onto your vessel as soon as you finish shaking hands. Excellent. I'll stay out of your way then. You'll hardly even notice me. Any luck, you'll forget I'm even here. Criminal. That's criminal talk. They have bronzewood. And who wants bronzewood? Avon wants bronzewood. It's 135 each. They want 3, right? Just 3? 5 to complete the prospect. Oh well, money's money. And food I have plenty of. Only really need like not even 2, maybe just 1 for the trip back home. Because getting back home is easy, I know where it is. Only 8 crew, so they won't overeat too much. But that only gives plus 20. Fuel. 4 fuel and 1 food for the trip back. Should be alright. It's a straight shot through Lipscomb Field, past the memorial to the unknown rat, then back to Winchester. And the accumulation of port reports, each one worth 100 sovereigns, which aren't too much on their own, but it does offset some cost, some operational cost of fuel and supplies. Oh, that's a shiny one. I have never seen those outside of London. The HML Palpatine. Fitting name. Some of these engines, I know for a fact some of the Rex were, but some engines I think were named by Kickstarter backers. Sadly, I wasn't a backer, so don't even get to get the delicious rabbit as a mascot. Also, just a heads up, much like Broke Me Code, this is going to be like a once a week thing, because there is a lot of reading. Memorial to the Unknown Rat. Poor baby streamer me when I first started, going straight into a buttload of reading for being taciturn. Surprise, surprise, I'm usually more soft-spoken, somewhat shy, in person. Like, if I get to know somebody, I'll be talking up a storm, joking along with them, but at first, more so the type to like silently watch and observe for a while. So going from that silence to reading a whole lot was murder on my jaw and tongue. Much better now, but still going to like keep it a once a week thing just for the sake of my mouth not falling off. And half the reason I keep so much water around me. Where's Winchester? Is it not there? Okay, before I go back to New Winchester proper, I'm gonna stop by the Victory Hall, because naturally, always side with the Tacketies. Part of it is ideology. Definitely siding a lot more with the underdogs, just trying to eke out a living, than with the very exploitative empire. But there's a pragmatic reason too. If you side with London, then you're pretty much just hunting down Tackety scouts with very low levels of loot. But if instead you're hunting down London ships, that's plenty of loot. Victory Hall, port reports to the Endured Veteran. She listens with a scowl. What I'd rather know than not, I suppose. And thank you for bringing this to me, rather than those bloody stovepipes. I'll arrange a gratuity. 300 new sovereigns. Artifacts or secrets? Secrets first. She leans close before she speaks. Her voice is low, and laden with tobacco. She shares what she knows for several motions that have not yet reached the assembly floor. Some will make changes to laws that is helpful to know about in advance. In exchange for 1 savage secret. And 2's needed to decipher my friend's letter. A scrub clerk begs a moment of your time. I represent Halliges, the banking house. I promise it'll only take a moment of your unquestionably valuable time. He produces a folded contract with a flourish. We hear promising things about you, madam, very promising indeed. We would like to accept our services. We provide a secure solution for the storage of your assets, absolute discretion, and steadfastness unto death and beyond. We require only a signature. Sign. The offer is entirely complimentary, I assure you. At Halliges, we measure ourselves by the quality of our clientele. I am certain it represents the beginning of a long and warm relationship between ourselves and your lineage. May it endure. I bid you good day, madam. Access Bank. See, whereas Sunless Sea was all about generational wealth. You go in, you sell coffee, you sell sunlight, you sell boxes, you retire, repeat, until you build up so much wealth the game doesn't matter. Here, it's all about building up the fulfillment centers, buying every prospect you see, filling up warehouses, and then every time you get a prospect to sell something, just whip it out to make huge fat profit. And if money's tight, you bought everything at a discount, at a bargain, so it's pure profit anyway. Nectar for Carolon. Devils of Carolon experimenting with new penance involving close harmony singing. They requested 5 gourds of chorus or nectar, which I haven't got. But I'll keep it just in case. And now for one of my favorite characters, the Fortunate Navigator. A Fortunate Navigator is thoroughly examining your engine's pipework. Crucial bit this. Look at how it's been maintained. Beautiful. Your stoker beams. That was me. A mid-flight patch, too. Offer him a role. A first officer. For irons by 6, veils 2, affiliation establishment by 1. He is eager for a new challenge. You won't regret this, Captain. The Navigator pumps your hand. He's an Imperial. A people descended from the ancient Mongolians, and led by the Eagle Khan, whose technology opened the door to the skies. A passing skyfarer tussles the Navigator's hair. For luck, the woman says with a grin. The Navigator rolls his eyes. She's from my last crew. They thought I brought them luck. I didn't, but I'm still a good hire. And definitely worth. Bazaar's got nothing. 224 sovereigns. Could work my way towards the Crowd and Misery Pneumatic Mining Array. Canning system's alright. What's this one give me? +4 hold as well. Is tempting. There's definitely more opportunities for mining than canning in the Reach. But +4 is +4. There's cargo bays for +5. How many auxiliary slots do I have? Only the 1. I can only choose one thing until I upgrade the engine. Let's say I put the bat in storage to save some fuel efficiency. Victoria Market, 3 fuel is fine, give me 2 food. Ouch. That 80 sovereigns for just 2 crates of food. That hit me right here. I felt that in my heart. In regards to talking a lot, at least it is good practice for various things. Like people always ask, should I put streaming in my resume? I say for sure go for it, because there are plenty of applicable job skills, even talking to nobody. One of which is talking, communication skills that one builds up. When I get back on track with my teacher credential stuff, definitely going to add it, especially in this era of Zoom teaching. Experience talking to a camera across various levels of interest is definitely an applicable job skill. Your navigator sidles up to you. Here, you be keeping up with the dailies, Captain. He unfurls a yellowing newspaper. Your passenger from Port Prosper has her face splashed across the front page, beneath an impressive and improbable list of charges. The Ministry of Public Decency is offering a hefty reward. You'll ponder this. A criminal, eh? No need for rash action. Your passenger is a wanted fugitive. She does not know that you know. A quick change of course back to Port Prosper is entirely possible. A swift extradition for her, a well-deserved reward for you. Or, you could continue on to her destination, who knows? She may have reformed. You may be sympathetic. If she is on the run, she may be willing to pay handsomely for her transportation. As we will. I think for the sake of filling out the map, we'll go by way of this little island here. By way of Cantor still. So let me see. An hour and a half so far of captaining. And just came back to New Winchester. Following the first prospect, so making some money now. New engine is what? Like several thousand of sovereigns? Trying to plan out what the good first purchase would be. Either some equipment for the sake of new storage space, or just save up for the engine. Because engine itself is going to be an objective upgrade to so many things, but it's costly. Also, where is that Contankery going? Gotta catch up with it. Cool. Oh, just out of range. Precious stones? Only 79% chance. It's alright if I failed it or partial success. It's just what? Lesser amounts? Failure! Lost a crew! But I haven't named the full crew yet. We've only got 4 names in, and the rest are sample Sampleton, sample Sampleton, sample Sampleton. Okay, I'm just gonna start naming crew members that are VIPs. And rip to anyone who ends up dying. Maybe I put nicknames so people want to double up and get named again. How about Moth? I haven't seen Moth in ages. Well, I guess he streams now under the Chalak title. with Andy instead of his own channel. Alright, so who's going to die? 8 crew, right? So D8, roll. Crewman number 6 is dead. Who do I have for 6? Oh, sorry Robbie. I put a quick nickname person. And that person is now dead. Deceased? This is deceased, right? What exactly happened to them? Your efforts yield only modest results before a violent shudder racks the beast. 2 plates of carapace grind together. A crewman's hand was between them. His scream is thin in the hollows of the sky. Well, that doesn't have to necessarily mean deceased, though. Just the crewman's hand was caught between the carapaces. But a crew member lost kind of implies that they did die. Maybe shock and blood loss, maybe, perhaps? Because if you open up the thing for the crew's lost, your letters of regret are becoming rote. You wouldn't really have letters of regret if the crewman just lost one hand and had to retire. Alright, so our first death. What date is this? 2nd of April, 1905. Crushed by cantankerity on the 2nd of April. And for deceased, I have it on what color? Yeah, good enough. I'll make it pretty later. Sorry, Rob. But if it's any consolation, got 7 sovereigns out of it. Okay, repentant devil. Now I could afford you. Definitely so, after selling off 3 bronze woods for $2.95 each. And they cost $1.35 to buy. 1,000 sovereigns. You see, the money just rolls in once you buy out everything they have. He's looking for passage. He claims to be useful. He doesn't ask where you're headed. Offer him birth. He's repentant. There could be no harm. Signaler. For veils. He has very little luggage. A single satchel of books. And a folded greatcoat appear to be his only personal effects. His manner is calm. Almost pedantic. As he negotiates his duties and his pay. But you have a sense that he urgently wants to be out of Port Avon. Bazaar got already. Sharma and Sons. What else is there to do? They want bronzewood. They want chorus for nectar. And where is Carillon? To the northeast in New Winchester. Okay, so Carillon and Lustrum are to the northeast. Or the east in general. It could be Carillon's to the northeast. And Lustrum's here then. Because if Magdalene's is here, if that's on this orientation, try to think, mapping it out on my mind. So Carillon, maybe Lustrum, which means Saliba will be here perhaps? Distillation of Saliba? Wait, no. Could fit. Carillon, Distillation, Lustrum, and then the signal box between Lustrum and Magdalene's. Could be right. Wait, no. The signal box would be between Carillon and Lustrum, which means the dead saint or whatever might be here. I think. But either way, I'll need something to do, because I haven't finished either of these two prospects, so it won't give new prospects until 30 days have elapsed. Drop-off settler. Criminal settler. Brought her where she wants to go despite her criminal past. But it's London calling her a criminal. All of us are criminals to London. She tips her hat as she disembarks, and deposits a heavy purse into your hands. She whistles a jaunty tune as she makes her way to the station. For 200 sovereigns? Right. And long as I'm here, forgot to do it the first time around. Two things I forgot to do, because I forgot all about the corruptorous order. Head upstairs to the new Somerset Hunting Club, which has exclusive rights to the rooms above the pub, as well as its finest brandies. Thick cigar smoke curls through the air, filling this private chamber with premium-grade fog. Bloated gentlemen in well-worn military uniforms sit at a mahogany table sipping port. They chunter of the old days, and how very much better they were. Request membership. It was a famous club in old London, home to not just nobles and distinguished soldiers, but ex-ministers, loyal courtiers, and other members of high society. A stout veteran gives you a polite once-over. I suppose we could countenance an application. Of course, membership is not a matter of mere money, no. He directs your attention to the trophies. Most are old or musty. Neath creatures, deer, foxes, and bear, all hunted in the members' now long-distanced youth. Perhaps if you could help decorate our walls with some impressively local fauna, we could talk matters of first payment, and then membership. Of course, we could hunt the beasties ourselves, and we will, by thunder we will. But the fire is so warm, and there is port left in the bottle. New Somerset Hunting Club. Requested I gather, Cantankerous Trophy, Chorister Trophy, and a Scribe Spinster Trophy. Cantankerous is going to... Hold on. Back in. Cantankerous is going to be easy enough, because those things are everywhere. Auroral Sommelier. Someone has grafted brass wheels to the carcass of an old armoire and impaled its top with a jaunty damask umbrella. A man stands behind it, flesh and finery, the colors of the dawn, shepherding customers with a sampling of wines. Sweet wines, sour wines, subtle wines and sinful, spirits of every vintage, save, of course, a Hepseridian cider. He gives a small, sad laugh. I know, because I looked. This is the only place with real apples, but even here that cider eludes me. He beckons you with a gloved hand. Ask him about Hepseridian cider, a rare vintage, unheard of and unseen since London. This merits an investigation. Come here. Come close and listen, you effervescent thing. I have a story. An associate of mine. He once gave me a sip of it, one golden drop to place under my tongue, and my life was changed. A carnivorous pleasure steeps in his voice as he speaks. I went back to the store immediately, of course, but the price was too much. And then eventually, the dreams drained away, and now I'm here, serving wine to drunks. His laughter is black and bitter, but the Auroral Sommelier gives you distress nonetheless. Just in case. If you decide to risk the same grief, savor it for me. From an unusual shop in London. Well, let me think. Gotta plot things out. I do have 1,000 sovereign, and that does mean I could buy a drill And while the drill won't give me any more cargo space, it does mean I could harvest my own hours and hew my own. Callum259, thank you for the follow. Shocked me there. And could, what was it, hew my own bronzewood? So I think what I'll do is load up on a bit of fuel. Could go back to Winchester. Or could explore some. Winchester isn't going to be too far away, so if I get lost, could always turn home before it's too late. Get some more map painting in, figure out what's where. Because now we have a pretty good idea that Avon's here, and so Trader's Wood is nearby. Port Prosper, Magdalene's, Lustrum, Carillon. That is going to leave Circus here, maybe? Here or here? Because this chunk's gotta be the Lustrum, Carillon area. So, split between here then. One's gonna be Ledbetter's and Titania, the other's gonna be Hybris and Palmyre's. An incident with the repentant devil. Your newly acquired repentant devil is standing, most unrepentantly, over a body in the hallway. Inspect the deceased. You don't recognize him. One of your crew. But the deceased is no one you know. A stranger on your locomotive. Peculiar luggage you brought on board, says one of the crew, when some others have gathered. Wouldn't have thought it would fit you in a little bag. First, clean up. It won't do to leave the body in the hall. Then, your repentant devil could explain himself. He's still got the blood on his cuffs. He looks younger than most devils, but he is significantly older. His gaze is blank and yellow, a wall against speculation. He grooms his sideburns artfully, and knows how to be tactful with less seasoned members of the crew. Ask about the recently departed. Officers who generate corpses on your locomotive are a liability, of course. He was a stowaway, explains the devil indifferently. He's been stalking me for more than a month. I thought I'd lost him when I came aboard, and then he turned up in my quarters. From the body, he has lifted a clinking bag of souls. Perhaps he was sent to bribe me rather than to kill me. He tilts his head to consider the soul collection. Apparently, he thinks I'm a cheap hire if so. The devil's gaze reverts to you. I regret to say this is probably not the last time this happens. I may be destined to attract negative attention. 1,000 experience gained. So if I want to continue him, I'm going to need 2 chorus nectars and 2 caddies of dried tea, 1 for each of us. That was her soul, though. You're a devil. You're an expert in souls. He must know how it appears. He smiles, blandly. It is not worth much in its present condition, he says plainly. Too flawed. I could cure you of all that if I had the time, and if I cared. And if it were not just as easy to take any of a dozen other innocent souls in a better state of repair. If you wanted improved, you might, I suppose, try your luck at Carillon. Which would be a good idea. Getting penances isn't too, well, it's pretty difficult early on, if you haven't got the skills for reliable skill checks. But it's a decent way to make XP, curing your own soul flaws. This was like Palmyre area. Which means Hybris should be close by, but it's such a wide, meandering path to get there that it's not worth it. I'll get what? 100 sovereign for dropping off the cryptozoologist, but it'll cost like 300 sovereign in supply getting there and back. Circus found. But haven't found it. Where's the name? There it is. Now I found the circus. A traveling circus is settled here, too afraid to go further, and too afraid to turn back. Its clanking, gaudy locomotive scavenge as much audience as it can from nearby homesteads, and delivers them for an evening of shabby, desperate big-top magic. First, vagabond. An amiable vagabond. You find him waiting serenely at Gervais's rest, clay pipe clamped between his teeth. Oh, I can't afford him. I need 2 sky stories. Could I get one here at the circus? The greatest show. That is what the adverts promise. The reality is not impressive. Aside from the big top that dominates the circus, the place is shabby, poorly maintained, and even more poorly attended. Bored-looking circus folk run rattling booths. Clowns, painted on smiles, are no match for the deep-set misery behind the grease paint. Even the Calliope music, played on a run-down piano, is more grimly resolute than cheery. Tickets? I'll take a ticket, though. The urchin hands over your tickets with no apparent enthusiasm. Thanks, he mutters. 10 sovereigns for 5 tickets. And a port report. The big top looms dramatically in the fog of the reach, but it's not nearly as imposing as a massive obelisk floating nearby. Some enterprising soul has hung bunting between it and the big top. As for the circus itself, outside the performers, it's practically deserted. You may be the first new face in the audience in quite a while. Big top. I do get a sky story. Cool. Just enough to waste, well, to spend, not really waste, hiring the vagabond. The greatest show. No one in the meager audience displays any enthusiasm, not even when the ringmaster thunders in on a horse-drawn Calliope. Then come the acts themselves. Oh dear. The humiliated magician's trapdoor fails to open, leaving his glamorous assistant notably unvanished. The bereaved acrobat swings from a single trapeze. The other hangs lonely and unused. The pensive clown's fire-juggling act ends in disaster, and not the humorous kind. And the less said about the lion tamer, the better. He should recover. For 1 sky scory, spent some time with the circus. Okay, now I'll hire the vagabond. You find him waiting serenely at Gervais's rest. He claims to be an expert in snake wrangling, thimble twisting, and stick swinging. He professes to be a psychologist, a mythologist, and a scapologist. He boasts that he could tell stories that'll haunt you until you die, and play tunes that'll make stones dance. If all that fails to entice you, he supposes he could turn his hand to signaling. Recruit him then. He couldn't care less for sovereigns. He wants to swap stories. For a signaler, who'd increase my hearts by 4, veils by 4, and Bohemia 1. When you accept him on board, he pulls a grimy bottle of something opaque and unidentifiable from his inner coat pocket, and takes a long celebratory swig. I hope you're not having second thoughts already, he says, and roars with laughter. He has no luggage to speak of, just a bindle over his shoulder, and a fiddle in a battered leather case. Once he has slung both onto his bed, he heads to the galley, and starts performing card tricks and telling ribald jokes at the crew. Most find him charming. Several make their apologies and abscond. Is that foreshadowing to what I know, and you all know, and the crew doesn't know? Nah, probably not. And even though no prospects for undistinguished souls, still gotta buy them anyway. Cheap is cheap. Either a prospect will show up for them, or could sell them, and still make some money, because bought it at a bargain, so any price is settled at is going to be a profit. I hear gunshot, see gunshot. Who's playing without me? Oh, 2 Tackety Scouts versus 1 Dreadnought. 5 fuel, 2 supplies. If it was only 1 scout, then I'm definitely not going to get involved because this thing greatly outguns me. I've only got 30 hull. But maybe I'll stick around, let the Dreadnought absorb some easy damage, and then take the winnings for myself. A fun little bit of trivia is that you get experience anytime something dies. If you kill it, you get experience, but if they do the killing, you still get the experience. Hey, watch it, I'm on your side. Given our port reports to Victory Hall, just 2 straight hits. Take that much chunk of health off of me. I don't think you even need to see it to get the experience for it. Like, if something's killed off screen, you do still get the experience. It's not all too much, especially at higher levels, but it does add up. Oh no, one of the scouts has died. It wasn't me. Oh, don't run away. Never mind, run away. If you will. The Jerusalem cannon is so weak, I don't know why I've done this. Oh, nearly had him. Nice. Killed it all by myself. Put into stores for fuel and supplies. Only a 54 chance success. And it requires crew. Which means might lose crew. Tackety Scout defeated. Sorry, Tackety. A solid crate, heavy as a dead man's weight. A gunner sniffs just before the lid is wrenched open. Gunpowder, they assert, before assuming responsibility for the opening. Once the lid has been carefully prized off, the case's gleaming arsenal of ammunition, sealed powders, and callous weaponry is laid bare. This will fetch a handsome price. The heavens do not lack for murderers. The enduring dreadnought is defeated. The massive guns of the dreadnought have finally fallen silent. The hulk hangs in the firmament like a shed of spider skin in a web. Like a shed spider skin in a web. Viewed from the advantage of the fly. Its sides are scored and open. Its windows shattered. Smoke billows from its blind eyes. London will not see what transpires here. Always go for the navigation suites. It promises an unlicensed chart, but just as often, ministry stamp permits is a great source of it. Sometimes, invitations to purduance. entirely legal. The suite is upholstered in scarlet velvet and brass, like an opera box with an artillery. Unused weaponry lines the walls, their shadows spilling over the empty glasses strewn about the comfortable chairs and tables. Among a stack of papers, mostly tracking suspected criminals along their secret routes, is a ministry permit for discretionary activities. And now it's mine. We're not too far away from Winchester, so only having one crate of supply in excess is alright for here. Hey, plants. This is Titania side then. Titania, Ledbetter's, and Old Tom's Well. But I've only got 30 iron, 25 base plus 10 from officers, so probably shouldn't go straight for Titania. Spoilers, but when one is a giant or a city perched atop of a giant flower, that tends to attract wildlife. And the cost of failure for holding off the bees is a loss of further crew. But this is Ledbetter's. Ledbetter's is alright. No danger in it. That opens up a few more revenue sources. Ledbetter and Stainrod Loading Bay. Ledbetter and Stainrod is an utterly London company, the custodians of the Empire's first supernal nature reserves. To find work with them, head for Capabilities Cabins. If you'd rather enjoy the reserves, seek the gateway of Albert's Idol. Or stay in the bay and get a port report first. The Ledbetter and Stainrod Nature Reserve is a national park, maintained at great expense by the company. Scores of researchers come here to study the nature of the Reach. Many visitors come here too for a pleasant holiday. Gonna go to Capabilities and Quest, a club of cabins used by the Ledbetter and Stainrod researchers as a plumb and catalog the secrets of the reserve. Each enterprising captains may find work for the company here. A request to all park goers. We want to study the powerful forces of nature at work in the Reach, so that we may improve the life of all citizens of the Empire. If you are an intrepid sort and willing to aid our earnest efforts, we are offering a reward for the following. I see you're interested, the phlegmatic researcher has wheeled up behind you. His left leg is raised, perhaps to reduce a very obvious swelling. The keys to understanding the remarkable principles of growth and cultivation are waiting here. We just need suitable specimens. If you aid our research, I'll ensure you're properly remunerated. Remunerated? Am I just getting mixed up because I feel like it should be remunerated? Is it remur or renur? Remunerated? It is remunerate. I just have it backwards in my head then. Which is also how language changes. Sounds swapping about in words over time. Okay, so what's his list? What's he want? He wants the wings of a chorister bee, ants, and hybris pus. To determine the cause of the melody, we seek the wings of a chorister bee. What is it that makes them sing when the smaller sisters only buzz? And the ants, we have received curious reports on certain homesteads about the behavior of ants. Given the reports of the ants circling those soon to die, we consider these creatures apt for study. And hybris pus, The weeping sores of hybris may yield deeper insights of the verdant reach. It may hold properties either beneficial or detrimental to the human frame. We intend to find out. Though you can collect as much as you want, as soon as you turn one thing in, that's it for that set. Into the reserve, the park is filled with birds and flowers, trees and woodland creatures, streams and bumbling insects and other insidious dangers. Visitors are not allowed to venture too deeply into the reserve without an escort. Such as him? The only person available to help you is a romantic ornithologist. He is lean and plainly dressed, with a long wiry beard. The other researchers introduce you. Did you know our colleague here, one indicates your ornithologist, is looking for the mythical bird whose beak pecks away the mouth of eternity? They stifle giggles. The ornithologist maintains his smile, and gestures towards the forest path. I'll be glad to show you the reserve. I hope you join me later. You can often find me at the watchtower. I'm uncertain, but I have read that in earlier builds you could try to find his bird. But that must have been before I started playing. The romantic ornithologist clasps his hands with quiet delight when he sees you. I found a most wonderful place, shall we? You delve into the reserve together. The birds sing around you. The flowers offer sweet perfumes. A pleasing breeze tumbles through a glade and whistles around a mountain bend. To the benefit of Two Sky Stories, so bye to you. Anything at Bazaar? Just seeds. How far away am I? Not too far away from Winchester. It's 25 each for seeds. Alright, I'll buy them. There's gonna be more prospects for seeds anyway. And 3 extra barrels of fuel will be plenty for the trip home. And a new level up. What more to do for the history? You see the semi-random thing. It really wants me to have smoggy streets, interludes, Felon Prison, or August Avenues. Semi-random what it gives you. But nothing's changed for the last 3 levels. All of these have been here. For one level or another. But there are so many other facets. What's blocking me off? The previous 2 captains I've been playing on my off time. These 3 always stick around in the end game. And now it's haunting me from the start. We were a Z captain. Let's have things happen at Z. The sea does not forgive. It did not forgive you. The Unter Z demands a price from all who sail her. What did they demand from you? A year of my life? You were lost overboard, but the drownies bore you to their city beneath the waves to cavort in delight. After a year and a day, you awoke in the mudbanks of London and wept. Or my home. You returned from a voyage to find your home occupied by strangers. You knew their name and their faces. But the place they once held in your heart had been filled by the sea. That sounds more tragic. I'll take it. Went to sea and forgot those at home. 2513, 28 irons and 20 mirrors. And at least with the plethora of new facets that came with Sovereign, there are more opportunities to get the skills you want to where you want them. Like pre-Sovereign, with the initial amount of facets, you did end up repeating a few common facets for several captains, even if you wanted them fairly unique from each other. If you want hearts in this place, then you probably want these same 3 or 4 things that give +5 hearts and so on. A homestead. Settlers who live so far beyond the edge of civilization relish the hardships of solitude. They will fiercely defend their small territories, but occasionally welcome company and trade. A small group is dancing in the yard before the homestead. There's little rhythm to the dance. It is the exuberant limb-flinging of the truly happy and the substantially drunk. Get my ants? A few shovelfuls of dirt into a glass tank, and you've thousands of the crawlers to bring in. But yeah, still kind of on the fence about the new facet system, because on the one hand, cool, more facets. On top of the default facets, the facets you're able to unlock. But on the other, the semi-random facets on level up do mean that you barely get to see them. I've only played 2 captains on my off time, but so far it kind of stifles the uniqueness between captains. A cryptic stoker wants to hold a memorial service for the crew that have recently died in your service, the one crew that's died so far. Judging by his tattoos of a storm, studded with mouths, and his rattling collection of talismans, the ceremony is unlikely to be Christian. Forbid it, because pagan rites have no place. Attend, deliver eulogy myself. Even with my hearts as they are, I'll only have a 43% chance success. 58% if I was a priest in my history. 50% chance if I approve and attend, and simply remove my hat. I'll attempt to say some words. Success with less than a coin flip. The crew nod their heads as you speak, punctuating your sentences with solemn, approving grunts. Afterwards, the cryptic stoker steps forward. His face is painted storm gray, and his talismans rattle like distant thunder. He delivers the ceremony in a dozen different voices. He speaks of the duty of the living to remember what is past. Terror's fallen, and the storm that speaks has noticed me. Mangonel? Oh wait, no. The crew of the Marauder lie dead in the corridor, killed not by your guns, but knives and small arms fire. The only survivor is the captain, locked in the brig with a bottle of brandy. Chalk eyes stared back from every wall. When he ran out of chalk, he began scraping them in with his fingernails. Little remains but the bloodied stumps. Seen this before, Captain, says a crew member, grasping your arm. Sky madness. Magdalenes can't treat it if it be bothered to take the poor sod. Put him out of his misery? Nah, it's money if we bring him aboard and set him off. A short quest that sadly only appears once per captain, I think. Maybe even per lineage, I can't remember. Bring him aboard. Take him to Magdalene's. The crew wrap the sky-maddened captain in blankets, then secure them tightly with belts. It takes 4 to transport him safely to your locomotive. He might not be happy restrained, but it should keep him from harm until you get him to Magdalene's. To the southeast of New Winchester, been there? The captain secured. You have a moment to see whether there's anything of worth in his locomotive, before abandoning it to the wilderness. Materials or cargo? Save some money, repair my hull. Your crew go to work eagerly, vaulting out into the bright, tools at the ready. The stripping of the Marauder is slow and painful work. They are cobbled together of sold in parts. Finding suitable fits for your own engine is a process of trial and error. Many of your crew will have lost friends, family, lovers to the Marauders. It speeds the work. Williams Weld. Oh. I've already consumed the last of my crates of food. Well, I better find a break in the rock soon then. Because if this ends up curving around... It shouldn't, though. Maybe it does. Maybe I should have gone through Michelin's Thrift. Because that would have been just an easy in. Then there's there. I'll turn around then. Food will last a good long while. With only 7 crew. Luckily, passengers and officers don't have to eat. I don't have to eat. I mean, I guess maybe it does, because there is a base rate of food consumption. Even at 0 food, I think. So you could assume that base rate is captain, officers, passengers. And crew just exacerbate the rate of food decay. Okay, gonna use tiny crab scoots to scuttle around quickly. Alright, should be fine then. Food hasn't decayed too quickly. That'll last me the rest of the trip home. Although, one of the benefits of the Sovereign Edition is that they do put more survival stuff in there. If you're adrift without fuel, if you're starving with nothing to eat, you get options. Thing is though that I haven't really been starving or bereft of resources the first week playing. The first time I played this, I was so bad. I had a day where I died like 7 times in a row. But once you get the ropes, it's not too bad. If you're simply cautious about resources early on, build up your warehouses, then eventually get more money than you know what to do with. It's risk-taking C. So the easiest thing with risk-taking is to take no risks. Sovereigns and more secrets for me. And back to New Winchester just before I run out of food. Bing bong. No prospects yet. What if I canceled a prospect before coming back? What date is it? The 13th of April. And so far, they need nothing between hours, bats, souls, munitions, and seeds. Just bronzewood and chorister nectar, of which there's both a plenty of around Ledbetter's. Could go back up, scoop around some chorister bees. Avon might have some bronzewood to hew over in the Trader's Wood. How about Petanor class trader is 3,500 to upgrade, but it's the best first upgrade to go for. +3 supply is okay. The 20 extra hull's fine, but the 2 auxiliary really sets it apart. Same 1 auxiliary, way too expensive. Parsifal seems like an upgrade. but it's still only 1 auxiliary. 2 bridge, which is fine if you want like crew quarters and stuff, but crew isn't as big as an issue. And -2 to supply this early in, nuh-uh. Malak, I don't even like at the end game. Reading the Reddit threads, people do like it for the end, but while the different engines all had the exact same speed, since Failbetter didn't want to repeat what happened with Sunless Sea, or in different engines or different ships. Wait, did different ships have different speeds? I can't remember. But if you did get more speed in Sunless Sea, then all you would do is gun for that thing that gave you more speed, and everything else became pointless. So here all the engines at the same speed, but they differ in terms of the lateral thrusters. Padanor's got an okay thruster. The Malak and the starter engine are garbage. So even if it's 8 more cargo space, 60 more hull, 3 whopping bridge, 2 auxiliary, not being able to dodge as efficiently is kind of a death sentence. So I think what I'll go for, pulley is auxiliary, cargo bay is also, crew quarters. There's no clever things here that give you, say, cargo space onto bridge. None of the reach. Butchery plus hold. I guess I'll go for the mining array. There's more things to mine. You can't can bronze wood after all. Plump. Although, if I had the Petanora class trader, that'd be 2 auxiliary, one of which could fit the cannery. It's a shame they don't sell a saying stuff here. A saying being sold in every single area except for the reach. Oh well. Vicky's Market then. That'll be 9 out of 12. Maybe not so much fuel then, because Ledbetter's is close by. There, 536 remaining. Let's go hunt down some Chorister bees then. And maybe chat with other officers. Incognito Princess wants a Sky Story and a Tale of Terror. From the tiara-crested brow downwards, there is nothing about the Incognito Princess that is not incandescent. She is like the sun, and about as dangerous to anything in the vicinity. Wherever the princess goes, she looks around with a surplus of curiosity and a complete lack of care. Prove a fit confidant. While she seems incapable of discerning between the two, the Incognito Princess seems intrigued by any mention of daring do and abyssal horror. The truth revealed. Thrilled by her tales, the princess invites you to her quarters. I have a secret, she says, removing her tiara before donning a second, more expensive tiara. I am Queen Victoria's daughter, she says. I trust your discretion. It is a considerable ask. This must be the captivating princess, the daughter of Victoria, who dwells in a miasma of rumors of excess, ranging from red honey to cannibalism. A half-asphyxiated starling has somehow found its way aboard. It flies to her hand. She pets it, gently. One is traveling to broaden one's mind before one takes on a new role. It would be a delight to meet with the engineers who keep the eternal ball of Perduans tick-tocking away. She smiles. You find yourself outside, and the princess wants to seek something new at Perduans Unfortunate navigator, best boy, wants tea. I haven't found tea yet, but both he and the devil want tea. The navigator is rarely in his cabin. He's popular with the crew, and card games and drinking sessions occur spontaneously in his presence. He is, of course, never the instigator. Converse with him. I'm settling in nicely, thank you, Captain. We have a good crew here, and a sharp one. The navigator already has visited every crew member at their station. Good man. That's what, irons and veils, and your hearts and mirrors. Both decent. Excuse me. Vagabond wants Sky Story, so can't complete you yet. Chief Engineer and Cautious Driver wants Gambling. Only 25 sovereigns to risk out of 536. I haven't won yet. After how many years of playing this? I've always lost when I gambled. The driver has no tolerance for uneventful voyages. When not on duty, they stare through the stained glass windows, as if willing excitement to ride on a wave of disaster. When they take the wheel, the rest of the crew grip the nearest available supports and whisper quiet prayers to various gods. Gamble with them. Rumors not intended for your ears suggest the driver is running an illicit poker game with a hold. You enter the hold and find the game well underway. The driver sits cross-legged in front of a pot of freshly won sovereigns and 3 newly impoverished members of the crew. A stoker angrily throws an expensive-looking watch onto the pot of winnings and departs at a fury. The driver looks up. Madam, care to make a wager? The driver deals cards between the players. The cook and the crewman, whose name you can't place at the moment, watch each other with barely disguised suspicion. Behind you, a small crowd gathers to see their captain's coin. How bad is it? 27% chance success. Not even a solid 1/3. Failure! Surprising failure! You throw your cards down, not expecting to win. You are not disappointed. The driver barely even looks at their cards before going all in, claiming the pot with nothing more than a pair of aces. The other players glare suddenly, regretting their hesitation. I hear you used to be a test driver, says a quartermaster. The driver nods. You never have thought it. As a child I loved my trains, very ordered, a safe little space where they can go round and nothing could go wrong. It was only after the crash that I realized I needed more. I suppose surviving that taught me that there was more to life, more to living, than simply being alive. Another round? No, I can't. Step away from the game. It's quite enough of that. The remaining crew around the circle relax as you stand to leave. The driver shuffles the cards, ready to begin the next round. I'll be a good captain. Let the game continue. The crew need a break. It's harmless enough. We can't be too authoritarian to our workers. The driver nods to you. Oh wait, forgot to add +1 death for the 1 crewman. The driver nods to you, idly scratching an ear. Just for a moment, you spot something green winding around their finger. Could I ask about that? I can. They keep scratching their ears, even while driving. A nervous tick, or perhaps a sickness that might spread amongst the crew. What? Oh, yes. The driver scratches again. It's nothing. Oh, battery running low. Thought this said 3 hours remaining. There you go. It's nothing. Just a little earache, I'm sure. It comes and goes. Their knee trembles with the frustration of being pulled away from the wheel for even this short conversation. See? It's all fine now. Recommend visiting a doctor. Order. Leave it. No, order it. We are captain. And this is my crew's health. Not necessary, the driver protests, scratching at their ear with renewed force. A look of pain flashed over their face for a moment. Perhaps my family knows of a specialist in New Winchester. I think father owns the building. I think I could call it a favor. So next I'm in New Winchester. Ask about the doctor. Your Blemmigan Voyager perches on the back of a chair in the bridge. It is gazing through one of the stained glass windows. Is it bored? Awestruck? Searching for something? Poke. Just as your hand closes on the Blemmigan, it reaches a tendril out and gently bats your hand away. None of that it conveys. It hasn't even turned to face you. I'm pretty sure that Blemmigan is the same one from Sunless that you could bring aboard your engine, tickle, play with. And it's basically a delightful fungal child. But here we have the Blemmigan, in the twilight years of its life. It's seen it all, it's been everywhere. No tickles, no games. And why does this zoom keep resetting? Stay in place, please. I have you zoomed to a size. There you go. Maintain that size. Good map. It's kind of tempting to stop right back by Palmyre's first to get a port report. Because it's an easy 100 sovereigns each. I could just do a rotation around. Ledbetter's, Palmyre, Port d'Avon, Magdalene aren't too far apart. 100, 200, 304. And refueling shouldn't be too expensive at them. Just gotta note that Palmyre doesn't sell fuel. So if I want to make a loop around for port reports, dead end here. Oh well, that's more map uncovered. And while that's there, update these numbers. You are now number 6, and you are now number 7. I think I'll keep the numbers for the dead, to see what numbers die the most, if and when people do die. Peacock Wind raises terror, but it increases food. I didn't know that at first, till somebody pointed it out to me. But for Sovereign, they made it much clearer by having your food stores sort of glow blue whenever you're caught up in the Peacock Wind. I think I hear something, but I can't tell what it is. Doesn't sound like bees, might just be the wind. Ambient wind noises. Port report again. And somebody wants a package. Sorry, the man apologizes. I didn't mean to stare, it's just we've been waiting for delivery from London. Really important supplies. I don't suppose you might want to be heading anywhere near the relay to Albion, would you? If you could check if anything's happened to it, we'd really appreciate it. Albion Transit Relay, near Port Prosper. If I get the time. And it hasn't been long enough yet, has it? To get an escorted walk in the park if I try to go alone. I can't. There are reasons why tour guides are considered essential here. The reserve is not for the faint-hearted. Most visitors will soon find themselves desperately lost. You are fortunate in that, while you spend a while exploring to find nothing, you're still able to return to safety. So nothing here for me yet. Could turn in my aunt's to the Phlegmatic Researcher, but I think I'll wait till I get at least Chorister Wings or something too. Yeah, what are what? Ants, Chorister Wings, and Hybris Pus? Hybris Pus is definitely gonna wait on. And by wait on, I mean not turn it at all. He does eventually reach a point though, where after you've turned in everything, or at least one thing for each set of lists, that he pretty much get repeating radial quests. You can turn in everything he wants endlessly. Which is pretty decent for extra money here and there. This feels like I'm headed towards the well. Well or hives? Which one is this? Oh, hives area. And my first course to beat. Chorister bees who take out a huge chunk of my health with one hit. How much was that? 6 hull? Only 6 hull, but 6 hull's a lot for the starter engine. Trophy or wings? There. That'll be like 200 or so for the researcher. And Caroline wants how much nectar? Was it 3 or 5? 5 nectars for Caroline. Could harvest nectar and lose more crew. The flower fields. Your engine perches among the stalks, nestled between petals the size of gardens. Enormous flower petals sprawl across the horizon. A welcoming forest. The petals are the color of mellow gold and vivid ruby. The scent of sticky pollen hangs in the air, asphodel and drowsy cardamom. What's the odds? 46% chance. I think I won't linger with my one supply. Not this time. Don't have a saying after. Once per captain to delve into the flowers. Cost 1 inspiration. Do not have the War of the Flowers. I don't think I've done War of the Flowers. Uh-oh, 2 bees. And a 3rd if I go after the nectar. Missed. Only got the periphery bee. Okay, Guinea, the trick is to keep distance. It's what, 4 shots with the Jerusalem gun? Five. Alright. 5, and I'm down to 18 hull. Okay, gotta be extra cautious then. Should be okay though to sneak in and surreptitiously grab some nectar. No bees came out, good. Anybody here? No bee retaliations yet. There you are. Miss. Nope, not a miss. 40% chance success to send somebody over to die. Can't do it yet. After more mirrors, that'll be more reliable. But any more of those beehives around here? Nothing? Oh well. 3 coarser nectars is a good start. So, what want to Port Avon? Something want to Port Avon, I think. 1 bronze wood to take back to Port Avon for an extra 235. Oh, it might be a slow day in Port Avon. If it is, then cheap hull repair. And 5 more cargo space remain. Could route my way from here to Palmyre, then to Port Avon. So should be able to carry an excess amount of fuel. So I'll only have to retop on supply when I get there, then bounce on over. Hey Crab Boy, welcome. You miss it, Crab Boy? I kinda just named half the characters after VIPs and we've already lost one. But I will be picking up more crew eventually, so there will be more crew to name. Five and 2. Oh, not enough space. 4 and 1 more. Well, that's not good though, because that's both going to exhaust themselves. So it's gonna be 1 and 5. That's gonna be plenty. Well done, Crab Boy. Glad to hear that. Oh good, this peacock wind blows in both directions. I forgot it was here, and it was kind of blowing towards Ledbetter's on the way in. And now it's pushing me out. Helpful soul of a dead sun. Oh, but I forgot to turn my research in. The answer to... oh well, I'll be back eventually. Humble homestead whose owners, despite their ragged sleeves, insist on inviting me in to eat my fill. I think I'll leave. Sometimes they're cannibals, and you can kind of tell by the description if they have like a well-kept home and plenty of stuff in the garden. They probably won't be cannibals. But if the homestead is in an obvious state of disrepair, with like 1 skinny goat and that's it, it's probably not as trustworthy to sit down and dine with them. Behold, Crab Boy, the excitement of the early game. Just going back and forth along ports to scratch out a few hundred sovereigns at a time. But once a few upgrades come in, then it becomes a little bit safer to go out and roam. You gotta judge a book by its cover though, Crabboy. I don't want to get a peculiar taste for flesh. I mean, there's not a huge disadvantage to it. All it really does is stain your soul for a bit. Which means another opportunity to gain more experience at Carolon fixing your soul. But still, I'd rather not eat people, if I could help it. Judging a book by its cover is survival. Which means conformity is also survival. Purchase tickets. The staff is trying to recognize me. Visit the amusements. You spend some time watching the sideshow attractions. The amazing Invisible Flea Circus is immediately disappointing. The circus's strong woman, on the other hand, is arguably too good for the place, effortlessly raising all manner of heavy things over her head. The problem is that she makes it look so easy, the audience just shrug. It seems the only thing she cannot lift is the mood. Speak to the ringmaster. The ringmaster looks relieved to see a familiar face. Oh, thank God. We've got a show to put on. And one of my biggest acts is throwing a tantrum. No. He pauses, toying with his exquisitely managed mustache as he looks you up and down. I don't suppose you've ever considered stepping into the ring yourself. Okay, chat, I won't leave this option up to you. I've seen them all already. Do we offer our service as a clown for the circus? Dignity is overrated. As a lion tamer, an acrobat, recruit or volunteer my crew to do it. I'm not going to refuse. Refusal is out of the question. Discuss amongst yourself while I sort through this thing here. Pretty up the spreadsheet. Lion Tamer? I see Lion Tamer. Alright, Lion Tamer it is. You have nothing to fear from this flea-bitten beast. Whip in hand, you stare down the circus's one remaining lion. It makes it clear that when it comes to meat, there is meat that it respects, and meat that it does not. Afterwards, the ringmaster claps you on your shoulder. Excellent. Well, terrible. Never do that again. But please come and see me behind the tents. 6 total. Gained 5 sky stories from that. Dang. Behind the tent time. Beyond the performers of the permanent audience, the circus is deserted. Everyone keeps to the quarters unless they're practicing the show. Despite the Calliope music, the mood back here is closer to that of a mausoleum. Hats, cats, bats, and rats. The ringmaster is sat on a fat cushion, idly shuffling a worn pack of playing cards. He smiles wearily at you. I ask the cards about you. He draws to the top of the deck, sets them on the table. They say he could help. He then places them back into the deck, and bids you shuffle and draw for yourself. The cards are the same. He smiles that same weary smile. It looks like they haven't changed their mind. Accept a commission to repair the magician's props, acrobat's twin, costumes for the clown, flyers for the strong woman. Is putting up flyers in 2 locations. Purchase costumes for the clown. It was over at Port Davon, easy. Acrobat's twin. I've seen her over at Lustrum or at Ledbetter's most commonly. Magician's props is over at Port Avon, but is either going to be a scribe spinster or a cantankeree. So for this point of the game, either ridiculously easy or a little bit too difficult. Guess the costumes then. Start off easy enough. 2 of cats. The costumes are not for the clown, but for his pet geese, Cuddles and Ruffles. He is not funny without them, confides the ringmaster. His best acts require them, the ringmaster says. but they won't perform unless they're in costume. And unfortunately, the geese have a habit of destroying them after a few shows. We have a friend in Port Davon who'll be happy to supply us with costumes. We have the money, but not the transport. He hands you a small purse. 50 sovereigns that I won't get to keep for myself. Humiliated magician? He leans beneath a faded poster of himself, smoking a cheap, malodorous tobacco. It breaks my heart he had to sit through that, he says, nodding towards the big top. Sometimes I wonder why I left Mahogany Hall. Then I remember how much Plenty paid before this whole place lost its funding. He puts out a cigarette on the poster, then tosses it in an overturned top hat. The bereaved acrobat. Their tent is larger than the others. The flap is tied open for visitors. They half raise themselves from the deep cushionings and greetings, and bid you sit across from them. They ask how you enjoyed the show, and before he could answer, they apologize for their performance. I'm nothing by myself, they say. Without my twin there to catch me, or there to leap for me to catch, is quite dull. But they're trying to break themselves in the circus again. The pensive clown, his head is bowed. His bald dome shines in the lantern light. If you ignore the greasy paint, he looks not unlike the bust of a Grecian philosopher. The clown rubs the back of his head. It's troubling to me that the show goes on, even if no one is there to watch it. He looks to you, searchingly. What does he expect you to say? The headstrong, strong woman. If she isn't performing or training, she tends to keep inside her caravan. She welcomes you to her caravan, and begs your pardon for the mess. For though the caravan is a remarkable oasis of cleanliness in the otherwise untidy port, the only other seat she could offer is stacked with poems. She places them beneath her own chair, and begins to ask you questions about your life. Any inquiries into her own, she deflects with the wit of a slighted baroness. And ringmaster, have you got anything? The ringmaster stands and shakes your hand as you enter. He's rather short, now that he isn't standing on top of the Calliope. He wags his finger at you. I've been in the business long enough to know what you're thinking, he says sternly. It's the shoes. I have a special pair to make me look tall. He laughs, and bids you to sit to enjoy a pot of tea with him. And that's everyone here. Bazaar has no bargains. An inch of food, and on I go. Easy route to Port Davon. And since it is the 24th of April now, it should be that enough time has passed for it to be a slow day in Port Davon. And we do have one Cantankerous trophy to turn in, which is some spending money. And then what do I want to do? Got one bit of bronzewood for Avon, which is some cash, but doesn't complete the prospect. Also don't have enough cores for Nectar for Carolyn, so I could go back into Ledbetter's. Afterwards I need Ledbetter's to get more Nectar and turn in some research. No mangonel, just sovereigns or gossip. Which is fine. Turns out marauders were a great source of gossip. Oh yeah, that's right, we got the Sky Captain. The Madden Sky Captain to return to Magdalene's for a small payout too. I think perhaps I'll hold off on that, because while I could do a small job for the... what's his name? The amicable host? The amenable host? There's not really anything else I need there. So that's going to be more of a cost than anything. But it's not too far away, it's just across. So I could stop by. Quiet day. Cheap fuel or cheap repairs? Purchase a costume for the geese. The Oracle is a keen supporter of the local tailor. So is the clown, it turns out. She's a tidy, mousy woman with a fiercely strong handshake. So you're collecting the outfits for the geese. I have the costumes here. A nice little three-piece suit for the gentleman, and a ballroom gown for the lady. They'll be the most precious couple anyone ever saw. The best of that era, Robbie? You know what, I believe it. That is, like, what? Your primary OC, your darling, your child? So I could see why the Focus one would be the best art for that era. Port report. Also, Robbie, I'm sorry to tell you that for a lack of crew names, I did start naming them after VIPs, and so named one after you. And that was the first and only crewman to die so far. Just the way the dice rolled, I'm afraid. Deliver a Chorister B trophy. I was bereft of names. I had to fill in names. I mean, technically that crew only got their hand caught between the plates of the Contankery, but it acted as if the character died, so I'm counting it. Deliver a Chorister B trophy. The glassy and multifaceted stare will reflect the firelight prettily. The stout veteran looks deep into its eyes. Not so tough now, are we? He croos. Jenkin, fetch the nails. 400 sovereigns. If it's any consolation, should have named them Hemlock. When I get more crew, I shall then. But if it's any consolation, I gave more of a nickname than a proper name. So if you want to become another crewman, you can. Possibly with better chances of survival. Nothing else to do here. Seeds. More verdant seeds. In that case, gotta go back to Winchester, drop stuff off. And if we're lucky, should be more prospects, better prospects. I'm pretty sure most of us would die in an end-of-the-world situation. What with the world ending? And there is max crew space of 10. So we have Hemlock for 1, and might possibly need 2 more names, depending on how many we get by chance. Excuse me. Nope, that's my turn. A Cray Adderson, alright. A Hemlock, a Cray Adderson, and then we'll see if we need one more. Any lad naming? No, we have not. So far, the names have been remarkably reserved. Quick repair. Then crew time. Who wants to sign on? Hire a few or many. 2 to 3 or 4 to 6, but I've only got space for 3. I guess if I really don't like money. 10 out of 10. Alright. Eight, 9, and 10 then. So 1 hemlock. 1 Cray Adderson. Is it? Where'd it go? There's my spreadsheet. And what's that crab boy? 1 Nephritis. Alright. Sounds familiar. Is that a webtoon character? And the date is the 28th of April, 1905. Surviving crew. So you get blue. Kidney inflammation. Oh, lovely. Foreshadowing their own deaths. Literature for the Traitor's Wood. We know where that is, because the way it randomizes, it's always just behind Port Davon. But I haven't got books. Can't you guys instead give me prospects that use any of these? So what do I want to do? We could drop someone off at Magdalene's, but it's so far away. Guess back to Ledbetter's for now. Ledbetter's, get a couple more chorister nectars. Then we could stop by Carillon, Lustrum, Magdalene's. Maybe do it Magdalene's, and then Carillon, and then Lustrum. I think that'll do. .52 fuel efficiency is plenty fine. This might actually be a bit overboard with fuel, especially for this much fuel efficiency. If I'm going all the way out to Hybris with a bigger engine, guzzling fuel, lots of equipment, then perhaps 8 fuel is apropos. But for now, more like no. So let's do Palmyr first, to return the costumes, get the second job, see where it's at, then Ledbetter's, then back. Room of Swords Crab Boy. That's where the name is from, right? Kidney inflammation from Room of Swords, the one healer. They're very touchy, affectionate one. Instead, I could... Alright. If you want a new name for them, a new name it is. Spreadsheet corrected. Solitary settler lives at this modest homestead, She's not much of a conversationalist, but the enticing smell that wafts from her kitchens are convincing. Gossip for supplies. Maybe not a cannibal. Lives alone. Hospitality is important on the frontier. Briefly without terror, Anne didn't get a stain on my soul, so not a cannibal. Your host serves a grim but filling gruel, then follows it with a plate of generally exceptional custard tarts. Your crew descends upon them, like chorister bees upon a rival hive. And hunting down those dreadnoughts is not going to be until I get at least one upgrade to the engine, and more importantly, a mangonel. With this tiny, rinky-dink Jerusalem gun, it'll take forever to take down one dreadnought. Report again. Still dreary. Deliver the clown his costumes. The pensive clown opens a crate of specially made costumes. He considers a twinkling stones as a wishful child might a star. In time, he nods and reaches arm deep into his novelty pockets to find your reward. 50 sovereigns only. He searches your face for a smile when he reaches too far and topples over. But at least I got experience. The experience is a true reward. See, knew it, Crab Boy. But it's the exact same name then. So twin, props, or flyers. Twin, maybe. Could be Ledbetters. 4 of hats. One of them has run away again, the ringmaster huffs. It is time to bring them home. New Winchester, all even easier. They take turns, I think, running away. They won't come back until they get into trouble. But the cards say the trouble has happened. You'll find them in New Winchester. Okay. No bargains, supplies are good. Onwards then. It's kind of like Nefertiti, isn't it, Crab Boy? Not exactly the same, but close to it. Though I guess your household wouldn't have much exposure to something so pagan. Who would have guessed that apocalypse cults from the 1800s are actually low-key kind of racist, and not even low-key. I hear gunshots. Who is it? Oh, thump, thump, thump. So, Dreadnought. Who's a Dreadnought fighting? Against two Dreadnoughts and Attackity Scout. Sorry, bud. On your own now. How that volley didn't hit me. Oh no, Crab Boy. That sounds like forbidden knowledge. Did they know that you know? Oh. The wind's blowing against this time. I could try to find an alternate way in, but won't. I'll just push against the storm. Learned in school. Oh my goodness, that is the indoctrination of the youth to the worldly. Okay, so let me see. To the right will definitely take me to the old Tom's Well. But it loops together anyway. But Old Tom's Well isn't going to have much in the way of bronzewood or nectar. Plenty of starman and explorers, some scribe spinsters, maybe a curator from Unlucky. So perhaps not just yet. Another port report. Turner research. The wings of a chorus should be in pristine condition. You are thanked for your efforts and asked to wait while the company sorts out the reward. It might be a couple of days. It's not a couple of days. 300 sovereigns. Oh my goodness, it's so much nicer. Later, the phlegmatic researcher calls upon you. He hands you the envelope of sovereigns. Hideous creature, choristers, he says, fidgeting in his chairs. But I cannot accept that it is only by chance your wings are so exquisitely articulated that they generate song. 300 sovereigns. Progress in the research at 100 XP. Answer Mahomestead. After all the trouble they caused with your supplies, the researcher better be pleased. The phlegmatic researcher invites you for tea. Marvelous creatures, he says, passing you an envelope of sovereigns from company. As far as I can discern, they only seem to mind when a human is about to die. I wonder what it is about us. 1,380 sovereigns. Oh, crab boy, if you think this dock looks like a crab cage, you should wait till we get back to Eleutheria. Researcher disappeared, come back in 15 days to see the results. And hasn't been long enough to get a guide back. So away we go. Back to bee hunting then. Just Dreadnought. Too weak to fight Dreadnought. There are plenty of bees around Titania. And if you have lots of mirrors, you could safely extract nectar from the bees. But my mirrors right now is way too low to safely do it. I'd have to sacrifice all of my crew for maybe 2 or 3 at most. So safer route is to go in, find the honey, get the honey. Ripped from the bees' hives and homes themselves. And if I'm lucky, might find a strip of bronze wood to hew. Uh-oh. Gonna get caught between those two and the crossfire. An outbreak of heart sickness. A mysterious outbreak of nostalgia is spreading amongst your crew. Frequently, they stop work to stare away into the misty remembrance. They gather during the evenings to meditate on times gone by, and debate the ways in which the past was superior to the present. The air is full of sighs. Brandy, fiddles, succumb and right. Only 34% chance. Fine, sit with the most afflicted. and listen to their tales of past times. It won't help, but you might learn something. 10 New Terrors. Nostalgia has lifted the veils that normally hide their hearts. They speak of things they left behind, the things they regret, and the things they wish they'd done differently. Sometimes, as they wander amidst the mist of the past, nice wordplay, they speak of things they should not. Eat. Oh, this guy's still following me. Maybe he and the bee. No, they won't attack each other. They've only got eyes for me. I just want to harvest some nectar, and I'm feeling so attacked right now. Too far away. No, got him. All they're good for is hold on experience. Granted, the bees right now are also primarily for experience points. With this early on, all the experience is helpful. Man, I straight up had a phobia of the bees my first time playing. Because they took a huge chunk of HP off me, and I figured, oh no, if these bees hit so hard, they must be late game enemies. So I avoided them all the way till the late game. Until it turned out they were nothing. That was just me being bad when I did take them on at first. Plenty of nectar. Poke me. See, that's why you need an engine with a lot better lateral thrust. Which is why I can't be comfortable with them a lot. It's got space, it's got hull. But its left-right thrusters are way too weak for me. For me, it's all about the dodging. Oh, missed. Chase the dog around the table. Okay, hull and food is getting a bit low. So I'll harvest this when they get back to Leadbetters. Was kind of hoping to be bronzewood here too. There's plenty of bronzewood in the background, but nothing for me to harvest myself. There might be a path here, but it might take me all the way through the old Tom's Well and back around instead. So going to take the maybe longer, but more known path. How's the money? 1380. Plenty of fuel. And that's 2 more gourds of nectar, which make all the 5 that Caroline needs. Circus stopped by already, so I think the route I'll take is to New Winchester, then Avon. Do I want Avon? I don't need Avon. So Winchester then Carillon? Crabboy, I think you might have to update your definition of bees and safely in mouth. Because that doesn't sound all too safe for the bee. That night, your sleep is peppered with uncomfortable dreams. You dream of falling. It is a common dream here. The fog that bedevil the high wilderness are thick about you, and through them, below, you see something stir. A beast. A behemoth. Almost like a dragon. Almost a whale. Almost a continent. It gnaws on the roof of the heavens, and all the fogs of the wilderness are steaming breath. Its maw opens wide as a gulf between stars. You wake. Hearts is only at 43% chance success, so I think maybe I won't see company. Commit my dreams to the captain's log for terror and a tale of terror. Trap the dream, like a fly in amber. You record the dream as vividly and as thoroughly as you can. Does your hand tremble as you write? Does the ink spill? And when you read it back, does it make sense? Or does it sound like the ravings of a crumbling mind? 2 tales of terror for when I do get the fatalistic signal man. Alternative Crabboy to freezing a bee and putting it in your mouth. What about, instead, holding your hand out when bees are buzzing around flowers and sometimes you get a bee friend on your hand? Thought I heard more bees, just the ambient noise. The ambient noise. Oh, there it is. Just didn't push the button enough. A sale of shot and shells. Sale of shot and shell. What is this? 3 munitions for 40 each? Could afford that. And supplies, good on fuel. So give me food. Food and a bathroom break. Because it has been 3.5 hours and I haven't stood up yet. So back in a second. And back. Bam. Hasn't been 15 days yet, so Mr. Phlegmatic Researcher's not yet ready. Need to wait a little longer before the researcher's work is done. Fine. What about the romantic ornithologist bird? A bird that can grind a mountain to dust? The scientists waste no time on manners. Surely its beak would wear down faster. Unless it's some kind of magic beak, made of something harder than diamonds. Is it a magic beak, Captain? A magic harder than diamond beak? It quickly becomes clear why the romantic ornithologist works alone. Though I'm pretty sure it used to exist in some earlier build. Unlike the Sista faces mentioned in every pre-release material. But doesn't even exist on the wiki. Kinda want to follow through the Williams Wheel to see where it leads. I know Titania's up here somewhere, but there should also be a break in the rock at some point. Unless this is all the same rock. To Macklin Thrist. And gunshot, but the gunshot's probably just Takady and Dreadnought fighting. I hear boom booms, thick boom booms. Thicker than the gun of a Takady? Maybe Marauder. Is a Marauder? Marauders are good, because each Marauder has a chance at a... What's this? 2 Takady Scouts. Oh. 2 Takady Scouts at a Dreadnought. Maybe I'll watch and see what happens. And get myself blown up, never mind. The Takadys haven't turned friendly fire off. If I didn't have 10 hull remaining, you know what? There. A new facet, a narrow escape. For getting under 10 hull and surviving. I think it's a bit deserved though. I did get on the point of 10. I used to be really cheap back in the pre-Sovereign days, when you only had a very limited number of facets to choose from. And if you wanted hearts up, then you squeezed out every hearts facet you could. So Q bouncing back and forth between different walls, or slamming your engine into the wall over and over again, just for a little bit of bonus hearts. But of course, with the semi-random nature of the level up facets now, we might never see the close call thing, whatever the facet was. There's my repairs money. And a new Savage secret just for me. And now we have enough for Carolon in the Nectar department. So it could stop by Magdalene's too to turn in the Sky Madden Captain. And we have enough terror that we could do the host's first quest. And the letter. There's a letter from my friend I haven't decoded yet, or decoded. Decode her hidden message, now that I have secrets for it. She always hated crosswords, and the phrasing of the letter is stilted, as if she had to use certain words in certain places. There's a concealed message here, you are certain. And the crossroads are key to it. Not perhaps not, sorry. Eureka. Late nights. A score of failed attempts, bunched up and thrown into the fire. But at last you are successful. The pages conceal not one hidden message, but two, each complicating and confounding the other. The first is an exhortation to meet at the same place, under the same circumstances that you last parted. That was in London, during the annual Jubilation Day festivities that commemorate the Empire's conquest of a sun. The second is a sequence of letters picked out from the crosswords, which alone took entire nights to complete. You scribbled them down on the back of the envelope. The stars are dying. And now I must seek my friend in London. Recent news, skullduggery at Port Avon. Costs 1 salon-stewed gossip. My only salon-stewed gossip. Maybe I won't then. It's an easy job you get to do. But Magdalene's services call for certain payments. Repairs. A whole 63 sovereigns I'll never get back. Maybe stop by Mr. Menagerie. Nah, later. Because he's got no stories for now. Souls report prosper. You want how many? 3 consignments of souls for an infernally themed party to celebrate his diamond wedding anniversary. I do have souls. Let me see though. Because I need 5 of you for Magdalene's. Oh, I have no space. Not for Magdalene's, for Carolon. So I guess I'll do Carolon first then. Find Carolon. Then stop by Magdalene's. Come back. And then pick up souls for Prosper. Or could do souls to Prosper. Then up to Magdalene's. Then back up to Winchester. And then with fuller pockets, head on out to find Carolon. Because Carolon's got what? Carolon's got supplies but no fuel. Supplies but no fuel, so this is going to be tight then. Maybe 2 trips. I don't remember Crab Boy. Was that an 11th era one? Because I don't really think fondly of the 11th Doctor era, except for the Vincent van Gogh episode, because that one always gets me crying. I know planets went missing, and stars disappearing is just physics. But stars aren't physics here. Stars dictate the physics. Gods of their own solar systems. Three, leave space for a couple more. Alright, I'll make 2 trips of it. 2 trips, because I don't know where Carolon is, and Carolon does not sell fuel. So we need fuel for the trip back to. See, far as I'm concerned, 9th Doctor, great. 10th Doctor, brilliant. 11th Doctor, to me, read like an old man pretending to be a child for his young girlfriend. 12th is brilliant. Except the first half of his writing. They pretty much gave him like holdovers from the 11th. Because they didn't know how to use Capaldi. 13th, better after the second half. Again, same issue. First half, don't know how to use her. Second half, they do know. Perfection. That's the real Doctor Who curse. They don't know how to use the actor, squander the opportunity the first half, and just as they get good with them, toss them out for the next one. into the recycling bin. I forget if Whitaker's doing one more season or not. I haven't kept up with news. I wouldn't mind if she got one more season. Snow, some Cyclopean stairs. So Carolon should be around somewheres. To the northeast of Prosper. Hey, Crab Boy, no harm in that. 10th Doctor stole many hearts for a good reason. Three shots to take on a common cantankery. Cantankery trophy. To bring me one step closer to joining the Old Man Club. Starman and Explorer, but I'm out exploring myself and cannot expend the fuel for him. Not that he cares. Maybe if we put this rock in the way. There you go, bump into it. So Ledbetter's is here though. Williamsveld. So it's either beyond this rock here, or someplace up ahead. Thing is though, Carolon isn't ever too far back. It's kind of shallow. It is distance from New Winchester. But you could already see stars in the background here. And the ice breaks, that's the border right there, so it's not through here. Thought nothing, Crab Boy, he was. David Tennant is a straight up hottie. Stunted Grove, just like with Magdalene's. Went there, turned around, came back, and there it is. Which means I totally could have brought the full consignment of nectar. Another level up. What are we now? What else defines our past? The same exact smoggy streets into the running gold. Black Sheep is cool. Mentor might be useful. The Narrow Escape. Engine was nearly destroyed, but you lived to fight another day. You walked through the valley of the shadow of death. How has it changed you? Learn to be cautious. For hearts and veils. Death waits in the sky, kept at bay only by a few inches of plating in the fires of your engine. Or it has emboldened you. Carpe diem. It is death's shadow that gives life its luster. Both of them give visions of heaven and tales of terror. But veils are irons. What level am I now? That'll be 5th, with 15 more to go. And currently sitting on 2513, 2820. Alright, Narrow Escape then. Embolden or Caution? I think it has taught me caution. If I want to be true to life. Cause hung around 2 Tacadies at a Dreadnought, got hit once, then cautiously hightailed out of there. Travel around. Can't until I speak to what's her face. Seeds again. Sieges us everywhere. This peaceful, calming institution was founded by devils from London and dedicated to the betterment of the soul. Bothridge's The Tour of Heavens describes it as a cross between a spa, the sanatorium, and purgatory. She commenced bracing airs. Enter the foyer, grey stone, the clamor of a monastery. Attending devils and devilesses, dressed in uniform. And an incoming parade of the sick, the friendless, the dying, and those who think their lives be better if only they were something else. This is Carillon, where souls are refined into something much more impressive. Port report. You take some notes on a pilgrim's journey through Carillon. The first port of call is a beehive-shaped office at the center, or more accurately, the long queue leading into it. From there, the infernal attendants direct them into one of Carillon's 7 gardens to undergo penance. They certainly look penitent by the time they emerge. Presumably, their souls are much more improved, not that you can tell. Speak to presiding deviless. She is an artisan of the souls. Perhaps she could do something to help with yours. Perhaps she'll just offer you advice. How is my soul anyway? I haven't checked it out yet. My soul is fermented and lightless. Soul appears faintly bubbling in its bottle. It is pungent of odor and indifferent to taboo. Slothful, viceful, willful abandonment of talent and interest. And currently have the notice of the storm who speaks. Lost 1 crew so far. And welcomed by the impoverished Eastenders of Port Prosper. Strength of Sun, Stovepipes, Tacadies have more fortunes than the Stovepipes. The presiding deviless works at an office shaped like a beehive, a stone and wickerwork building that is standing all alone in the middle of Carillon's central courtyard. She conducts intake interviews with new patients one by one. After a long time in line, you reach her at last. Greetings, madam. How may we stretch, stain, purify, and strengthen you, now that you've come to Carillon? Ask her about Carillon. Her apron is starched, her dress pinstriped. There's a stack of patient files on her desk, color-coded. The corners of her mouth say she knows something to your disadvantage. Ask her about Carillon. She must be used to explaining. To newcomers, and to those whose memories are attenuated by pain. We do whatever is necessary to reclaim unsatisfactory souls, she says. She sits back in her chair, and you could imagine her making just such a pitch to the princes of hell. For humans, primarily, though we do attend to a few other creatures elsewhere in the great chain. They come to us with souls that are stained, disused, in every kind of sordid condition, and we make them acceptable again. Most of those who come to us are volunteers. The rest are beyond the positions of being able to volunteer, consigned to Carillon by their families or employers. So I could purchase indulgences if I had 1 jumble of souls, or 3 jumbles. And after a stay at Carillon, what then? One should not enter if one does not know how to leave. Most people go home again, she says. Some find that they are weary of their souls and pass them on to us. We operate on that slender profit, and on what we can get from donations, or from sales of penances and forgiveness. She looks at the blank page before her. But what about you? You look sturdy enough to make full use of our services. Are you afraid of needles? And what is your view of worms? Which do you fear more, venoms or poisons? She takes out a page or 2 on all of your least favorite things. Worms, parasitic worms especially, are definitely among them. A proposal, prepared to offer me a deal? Listen, she says. You are free to make use of Carillon. Take a penance or 2, all to your soul. I think you'll find our services very imaginative. There is another matter I hope you will look into. A devil in rose-colored gloves. He used to supervise the Gaslight Terrace. He was removed from that position, but I fear he may still not be entirely aligned with the objectives of Carillon. If you find out anything about him, anything to his disadvantage... She looks grim. Bring me the evidence, and I will reward you. Can do. So many clicks to get out. Travel around Carillon. To the Gaslight Terrace, then. Your companions are a lady in a button cloak and a young male student. They talk among themselves about the seasonable warmth, about how the yellowish glow of the lamps does not show the blue silks to best effect. Their words are commonplace, their hands folded and gloved, their opinions supplied by respectable gazettes. You have almost forgotten them, even when you are still walking together. The path descends by shallow steps to a broad terrace, as crowded as an imperial exhibition. Gaslight lampposts are scattered irregularly across the flagstone terrace. Between them are stations, each containing a patient receiving a treatment. The supervising devils tend to these stations, stopping first here and there like bees at a flower. Curate, I'm going to want to speak to. Meet the spineless curate. I've seen something. In this light, it's hard not to see things. A devilish orderly jabs a curate with a needle. At the sight of the jab, the curate's skin goes lavender. I'm being treated for not believing in God. I've tried everything. Prayer, fasting, long weekends with a professional saint. None of it worked. My sermons were suffering. My bishop complained. And has it helped? I have dreams of snakes and angels, he says. It hasn't made me a mystic. I don't think the devils are real either. It's just men with funny eyes, aren't they? The devilish orderly smiles with extra teeth. Alright, how do I free you? 1 enlightenment and 1 shift of perspective? Or 5 enlightenments? Do I have many mirrors, people? Irons? Hearts? Irons and veils? Hearts only? No, I barely got any one. And as it stands, only 46% chance success. To gain a penance of enlightenment, vision, imagination, the ability to see beyond the nearest convention. That's what the devils are trying to convoke here. Evoke. Failure. An unemployed housekeeper prefers pencils to pens due to the reduced risk of error. As a corrective, she's enduring an old-fashioned cupping. As for your punishment, it does not bear speaking of. You don't have the stamina to wait it out. For 5 more terrors at a time. It's a good thing I want to stop by Magdalene's next. There, 1 enlightenment. A clerk wrote a masterful satire, but kept it in a desk drawer for fear of its reception. Until the penitent recovers from his inclination. He has been dressed in the signature paisley of the Worshipful Company of Vermin Exterminators. Do you feel any more interesting now as a supervising devil? As for your punishment, it does not bear speaking of. For a month afterwards, you see devils dancing at the corner of your eyes. Cure lightless, with 1 penance. Not yet. After I cure him, and get the info that I want. It was what? Shift of perspective 2, for the checkerboard garden. By the time you come out of the plane, onto the plane of the checkerboard, your calves are hurting. Oh no. Veils. And just over 1/3 chance success. Devils are playing tri-colored chess with some of the pennants. White pieces, red pieces, pieces with the color of a flourishing wind. Around the edges of the board sit the patients, who have already been captured or who were never part of the game to begin with. Well, it's 5 terror each time. I'm only at 29. I could try to brute force it. Shift of perspective. Those who name drop, who aim too high, who spend too much time in low company, or who do not know their place, wind up here. Made the 1/3 chance success. The White Knight signed letters with an honorific, reserved for non-mortal persons. For the pedant's own good, he is being subjected to daily readings of the importance of knowing one's place. The supervising devil is distracted by the play on the chessboard. As for your punishment, see devils dancing in the corner of your eyes for months. Okay, curate will pay your price. That's better, he says, rolling his sleeve to cover the place where the needle went in. I have a warning for you. Meet me in the bell garden. It is harder for them to overhear us there. Don't follow me right away. Wouldn't do for them to see us together. Then he strolls off. Is that all? Is that what he calls gratitude? Have you been duped completely? It remains to be seen whether he will still be in the bell garden after all. Lost my penances. At least it's only 46%. Are there better odds we have? In other... What about the stunted grove? No real gate, but not much of a wall either. Only a low stone barrier, perhaps a foot tall. Penance of ordeal is 38% chance. So nope, even worse. Bell garden, turn back. You put your foot on the first step, but a devil blocks you. Those who enter the bell garden must be in proper state of hygiene, madam. Wouldn't want to make things worse for the poor sufferers. He washes his hands at the fountain. Stopping you must have been grubby work. %46% chance just to undergo the purification ritual. Failure. Purification, according to the devils, is a matter assigned by lot and daily changed. Some patients must wash in salt water, some in fresh. Some must burn their old clothing, or shave their heads, or sustain a high note of a song for a full minute by the clock. And some are made to sit in a chair, and be lowered into a den of snakes. Perhaps tomorrow's purification ritual will be a little more tolerable. It's alright though. Only 34 terrors so far. Fountains, pebbles, shoes. First remove your shoes. Wash your face from the fountain of fresh water, and your feet in the basin of salt water. Walk across a patch of white sand, throwing a pebble over your left shoulder to baffle any ill-omened thing that might be following you. Then sleep in a hammock, on a private balcony, where only other patients may enter. When you wake up, eat a plain white bread with salt crust. After all this, you will be ready. And now I get to go in, to the highest and coldest point in Carillon. The bells ring louder as you climb. The music is mathematical and exact. Each note sounds for exactly the same length of time, the same duration that is required to ascend one step. No one passes anyone else on these stairs. Deprivation is 34% chance success. Aw, crap, boy, that's only a concern if you're a self-driving car. In a tower over the bell garden, 12 devils ring a change of 12 bells. The full peal will take 11,000 days to complete, without intermission. From the time one devil relieves another, stepping in during the half minute when that particular bell is at rest, there are no errors. This mathematical music can be heard everywhere in Carillon, but it is the loudest here. Impurity and imprecision are not welcomed. Guess then, spineless curate. And I'll come back for proper stuff after improving my stats a bit more. This is the best garden, he says. Everything orderly. No one dressed up in pheasant outfits or walking backwards. But here's what I wanted to tell you. Watch out for the tall devil with the rose-covered gloves. rose-colored gloves. He is embezzling property. And the curate makes a curious gesture with one hand, as though he were winding noodles around a fork. When you look blank, he says, Spirifage. Spirifage. He is taking the souls from the patients in secret before the presiding deviless has a chance at them. I'm afraid he's going to get at me before I finish my term here. The curate has disclosed the secret of a spirifer. Thousand clicks away. Could blackmail the spirifer. Or turn him in. If I blackmail him, she considers that I already got my reward. You know what he did. She should know also. He's diminishing her supply after all. You lay out what you know. The rose-gloved devil has been stealing souls for himself, and not making proper contracts for them either. Spirifish, he says, and I warned him. After a moment, her attention returns to you. He had a very different soul when we first met. This is the trouble with friendships among devils. Come back in 5 years' time and who knows? You may find me engaged in smuggling operations of my own. Demand a reward. Hinted there would be one. Where is it? She puts a stack of permits on the desk. These came from a pinstripe man now serving the penance in the Gaslight's terrace. Next, a gold relic studded with moonstones. And that came from a bohemian girl with aspirations to write villanelles. She's recovering in the Bell Garden. 5 ministry stamp permits, a captivating treasure, and a whole 1,000 XP. And that's that then. Then to watch the casting out of this spirifer. The presiding deviless is haranguing the spirifer in her beehive office. It looks as though the interview will not last much longer. He is not allowed to take anything with him. Not a case, not a hat, not even clothing. The presiding deviless makes him strip down in the courtyard to show that he hasn't got any spare souls tucked into his trousers. Penitents have seen plenty of humiliations lately, but generally inflicted on humans. They watch his spirifer's progress in a spirit of ill-conceived jubilation. Nude and slump-shouldered, he walks to the port. After he is gone, the presiding deviless takes a curious 2-pronged fork from her desk and flings it into the fountain. The water seethes. Good source of secrets early on. Shops, anything cool? Just seeds. Everything is seeds. Food should be okay, but one more just in case. Where's Magdalene's from here? May or may not be able to make it. Six fuel allows for some allowance of exploration. Especially since in general, we know where New Winchester is. The route's clear and open. So could try to connect the two. See if I can't join this route to Magdalene's. Because if I could, then we drop off the captain, get paid for that. Lower some terror, which allows us to talk to the host, do his task. Though this Lustrum area does come with some very big mountains, so it's just as possible that I find nothing here but the desolation of Saliba. Cool. Was that boundary? Because if so, might link to items after all. Unless this is just one big wall. It might break to here. Maybe. Back to the snows of Lustrum Land, right along the edge of it. So that's just a pocket of non-snow among all the snowy zones. Okay. At this point, I'm ready to believe this just isn't going to break. No, just one big rock. The biggest rock in all the reach. Chair, come on out. Chair's lower than I am. See, this is why I gotta relegate this game to just once per week. Only been 4 hours now, and already starting to feel the tenseness in my jaws. Frickin' cops nearby. Oh, peacock wind. Sudden peacock wind. Helpful peacock wind, telling me I was going too far away. There's Perkins cops. Excuse me. Keepsake Market has crew, but I'm at max crew. 60 for an artifact? Nah. Need my cash for the things. Treat terrors. The skies are full of terrible wonders. All skyfarers see more than they should when they sail the sunless sky. The sound of soft laughter and the occasional sob echo through the stained glass walls of the treatment chambers. An attendant sits guard before the door. I just need to ask for particulars. We will always alleviate your fears, but the method is at your discretion. Treatment for loneliness? For one savage secret? Guilt for my only salon-steered gossip? Nah. A treatment for ennui, for visions of heaven. But visions of heaven are kind of not quite rare. But when you're converting visions of heaven to tons of moments of inspiration, you kind of need every single one you can get. A treatment for loneliness. The high wilderness is a savage, lonely place. He smiles, the practiced smile of an old friend, offering comfort for their comrades' predictable misdeeds. That's my specialty, when I'm on duty in the chambers. He begins to hum the tune of a popular ballad, of a signaller falling from his locomotive unnoticed by his captain, and drifting in the cold dark. This way, do keep up. The attendant holds up a candle before the 4 doors of mirror glass. 4 of our staff are available today. Each has their own specialty. Their names are not yours to know, only their craft. He smiles suddenly, his teeth gleaming like links on a chain. You know yourself best. Who can tend to your wounded heart? Whoever you need, you could find behind one of these doors. Someone from our past, a very boring individual, someone who once meant a very great deal. The former crewman, the one crewman lost in my service so far. Their eyes light up as you enter the room. It looks just like a bunk on your engine. They've laid out the tea just like how you liked it. And when did you lose them again? Was it an accident? Did you part ways on the Isambard line? You can't remember. And they're good enough not to mention it. Instead they talk of former times, of old friends remembered, older jokes shared. It is only hours after that you remember what happened to them. Terror fallen. What is this, the 2nd of May in the same year? And that crewman got their hand crushed on the 14th of March. So it's only been 2 months, and my captain's already forgotten. First deliver the Sky Madden Captain, though we picked up ages back. The nurses bring a stretcher to carry the Sky Madden Captain from your train, who received the care of Magdalen's finest. At least, Magdalen's finest with a sense of charity, given that he has nothing on him to pay for their administrations. Got no pay for it, apart from a small terror job, a vision to heaven, and some experience. Report. Now we could speak to the amenable host now, the founder and master of ceremonies of Magdalene's. He's requested you by name. An attendant escorts you through the dazzling invited corridors. The host's red door is always open. An attendant leaves you just as the clock begins to chime. The amenable host reclines on a couch of crushed velvet, a goblet of sparkling wine in his long fingers. Somewhere the towers above him, the great clock ticks away. As a policy, the host's atrium is always open to guests. He's available to hear opinions, friendly criticisms, and suggestions. Today he has a headache. And surely, conversation first, then the request. His schedule is busy, but he's willing to clear a little time for a skyfarer such as yourself. He speaks of the politics of the Reach, the tedium of it, and his affront that his position requires him to pay any attention at all to it. He speaks of the parties he has hosted, the lives he's healed, and the people he's saved. You begin to suspect he might have an ego. And then your time is up. I hope I haven't bored you, he says with a rare smile. One wishes to be many things in this life, but never dull. No one gave me that memo. So what's his request? His voice is soft and sibilant, like butter melting in the candlelight. A guest has become rather too attached to a particular attendant. He always requests that same attendant appear in the exact same guise. The amenable host's lips curl in distaste. He reiterates, the Ava Magdalene's is a place of healing and respite. It was not meant to feed obsessions or self-indulge in self-loathing. This guest brings sickness. I would have him purged. I have a dossier in our guests if you're interested in helping. Gotta play bouncer and kick him out. Take the lachrymose guest dossier. What's a lachrymose? Lachrymose. Tearful, or given to weeping, inducing tears, sad. The amenable host smiles indulgently. I'm so glad you want to help. He produces a thin sliver of pages and passes them to you. I'd recommend taking on the role of one of our attendants. That way, you'd be playing the role of someone significant to him. The amenable host sighs, reaching for his goblet. He knows all of our attendants by voice now. Someone new was needed. Nightmares? Nah. Is it in treating terrors? Nope, that's just for mine. Back to the House of Small Comforts then. Deal with the lachrymose guest. He settled at the threshold of the treatment chambers, his hands trembling. The attendants on duty have been informed about your involvement. How do you plan to deal with him? A treatment chamber has been emptied for you, should you wish to adopt a guise from his past. Alternatively, he's standing right there. He does not seem to have noticed you, his eyes instead boring through the doors of the treatment rooms. Approach him directly, disguise as it causes poor Sod enough trouble, or disguise myself as his mother. She drove them apart once. An attendant will help you with the wig and the makeup, another with the voice, or as his lover. The attendant normally on duty is more than happy to assist you. Anything, as long as it gets rid of him. Either way is going to work. And as always, if I see a suggestion pop up, mother, lover, or Salt the Disguises, approach him directly. Mother, perhaps? Or the direct approach? What are my stats? Okay-ish in hearts, mirrors, and irons. So really, any would work for, like, being within character for the character. Gonna take the direct approach. The lachrymose guest's eyes widen as you approach. Has there been a problem? You invite him to sit. Stiff brownies are ordered. You recount your own share of heartbreaks and tragedies, how you found yourself here, and you make clear that despite all that, you will be leaving. He nods slowly, and after a quick shake of your hand, walks away towards the station. He does not look back. Oh, I was hoping the direct route would mean, like, physically more direct. Speak to him. Let the host know the lachrymose guest is gone. The amenable host smiles beatifically. Of course, my staff will be pleased. It is a risk of our trade when our clients can no longer separate identity and illusion, but seldom pleasant. He sighs deeply, echoing around the chamber like a newly freed dove. It is a trap any of us could fall into. His face darkens briefly. Here, take this. He fishes around beneath his couch for one of his goblets. It'll fetch a pretty price. Take it with my thanks, and do visit us again. Is it new request time? Can we double up? Another request? He is melancholy today. The same today as yesterday today. Not to mention irritable. He has a job for you, he says, his voice rich with unhappiness. I admired your discretion earlier, he says. Discretion? My direct approach discretion? You have seen the dangers in our work upon those who abuse our services, yet we are not immune to it ourselves. He draws your attention to several paintings on the walls. My regulars have, at various points, requested that I be a prospector on Lustrum, heir to a fine house in Port Prosper, and a tight head of industry on New Winchester. Very specific requests and more. I have vivid memories of being all three, yet it all cannot be true, surely. He presses the locket into your hand. This bears my image. See if anyone remembers me. I can't remember who I was before this. If I could be other than I am, I'd like to know. So gotta check back in at Lustrum, haven't found yet, New Winchester and Port Prosper, to see who the host was. Chorus or nectar going cheap? I could buy it, but I could hunt it. I'll just buy it. It's gonna sell for profit anyway, since it's selling at a discount. So buying it at a discount, selling it at a marked up price. Going to... ooh. Only 4 fuel though. That's alright. I'll take the 1 fuel. And 1 supply should last me the way from Magdalene's to Carillon. But then Winchester is right here too. If I'm gonna go all the way back to Carillon, might as well stop by in New Winchester. Alright, let's go. Which means I might as well have not bought the nectar. But it's fine too, because other things are gonna need nectar. Future prospects. Various officer storylines and general storylines. So, got my drill. All I need now is a proper upgrade to the engine itself. Got my drill, I say, having found nothing to drill so far. Hours, fine. But no hewing at Bronzewood either, all throughout the Avon and Ledbetter's area. New wreck. Mourn the dead. Don't have the veils to risk it. Marauder, and is that a Skyman captain there? It is. They could have saw them both. Let them play with each other. Until I get a better ship or engine. 30 hull max is kind of... I'll be a baby over it and be uber cautious. Which is true to the character at least. Getting low health, then being extra cautious from it. The intent is to finish off the same captain I started with after all. Very first initial starter captain to the end of the truth time, or the truth ambition. Which only works if I don't die. Escape Winchester for now, let me get my port report selling. Skullduggery. Alright, I'll take the skullduggery. Pages of the Gazette are awash with scandal. The Port Avon Parish Council complains of noises from the local ruins at night. The prudent secretary is eager for any confirmation of the Takati activity in the ruins. The endured veteran would also like someone to look into the matter, though not too hard-minded. The Gazette has little concrete use. Rumors of this or that criminal spying in the ruins. A particularly lurid theory about the sacrificing company officials to unmentionable powers. If you want to find out what's really going on, you'll have to go to Port Avon. Can do, but first... what do I pick up? 3 souls? And the chairman wants 3 to complete. I don't have to finish that one. At least not right away. Quick, easy repairs. No prospects. What do I need? 1 bronze wood. 2, 5. Literature I'm never gonna get. The whole jumble leaves room for 2 more fuel. T's fine. Could get there and back with 6. And if I want to go further on to Lustrum, Lustrum's definitely going to be right about here, because that's the edge of the snowy area. That's the edge of the snowy area. It can only be back here. Oh, food is kind of coming low too. Alright, gonna hang around here until the food exhausts itself. Make some space and buy more. There, now it's enough. 2 nectars, and then need 2 more. So selling the 2 nectar, converting the 3 souls to penances to cure myself with. Then that'll be room for food and enough fuel to make my way to Lustrum. And the who's the souls for? Lord so-and-so? Well, then Lord so-and-so has to accept he's not going to get his souls anytime soon. They have a more important purpose. Curing my own soul. Over this rock and straight on through. $1,696 sovereigns already. A few good prospects, and might get the upgraded engine in time for the day. Also, again, really loving that they put a small highlight or small shadow on the bark text on the map itself. You could actually read what the flavor text says now. I love it. It wasn't the end of the world in pre-Sovereign when the text would come up on a white map like this and you can't read it because it's white on white. But it's a mild bit frustrating because they do put good writing on there. It's atmospheric, it's fitting. Crockery, get rid of it. Who's that? Takati Scout and who? And a Marauder. I'll stop for a Marauder. Zero crates of food. Still counts as a crate of food after all. Ow. Took a hit. Throw it at him, not me. Cargo or hull. Give me the hull back. At least it's experience. Only 6 hull loss, and I took so much out of it. 30 hull really is nothing. Sorry, Captain Whitlock. Butcher of Theon is kinda garbage. Don't know why you took this tiny little thing over to the Blue Kingdom. Oh. Carlon Fourier. Give me that sweet pork report. And take my nectar. 2,000 officially now. Now take my souls away. Bulk indulgences, 10 penitents of indulgence. After all, remarked the Deviless, Carolot is not inexpensive to maintain. We have the food and provisions for the devils and the patients. Then there's the upkeep on the building, the labor for the bells, the efforts to advertise Carolon's services to those abroad, and you would not believe what we spend on divides the penances themselves. I spend half the day on requisitions. Pitchforks, tongs, ice, soap by the hundredweight. With a donation of the scale, you can expect very substantial benefits from Carolon. Buying my way to a cleaner soul. Okay, what are my flaws? Lightlessness. Perhaps you've fallen into habits. Perhaps you haven't stretched your imagination lately. And now my soul is in nearly good condition. Devils of Carolon claim to be expert in the assessment and improvement of the soul. They would describe yours as tantalizingly opaque and rich with personality. Aw, shucks. 4 salon stewed gossip, a vision of heaven, and more importantly, 500 XP. I'd imagine most people want to keep their souls clear, but it is good XP grinding to occasionally stain your soul back up, come back around, cure it, head back out. Haven't got cold soul. Checkerboard. Not curdled. Is it all the way through the purification ritual? Failure. Alright, definitely have to stop by Avon at some point then. Cure my fermented soul. Perhaps you've eaten that which you should not. Perhaps you come in contact with something unclean. At any rate, your soul has gone a bit off. And now my soul is as pristine as a newborn baby's. And I do have my own devil to confirm that. Ask him about the state of my soul. Your soul, he lies, is magnificent. I have studied the souls of men and of angels, and have extracted the penitence of saints. I have removed the knowledge loss from an astronomer through a borehole in the back of his head. I have seethed the crown princess's sister in mare's milk until there was no more jealousy in her, but I have never known a soul to equal yours. Sure, bud. Vagabond? I do have sky stories for him now. He can usually be found in good spirits and good company, gambling, laughing, playing a tune. Failing that, he will be deep in conversation with some quarter crew member or other, quizzing them about their personal history with every sign of sincere interest. If left alone, he grows restless. He sleeps late and rises early, eager to be among the crew once more. Swap stories with him. He's an inexhaustible geyser of unlikely anecdotes. The vagabond stories often feature larger-than-life characters from his loose community of vagrants. People with names like Sooty Jim or the Chimney Kid, and who collectively call themselves Skylarks. They hitch ride on locomotives, sometimes without permission, and scrounge up a living from port to port. "I'm their king," says a vagabond without humility. "I taught half of them how to tie a bindle." He pauses, sipping from his flask. "We hold monthly gatherings at Port Avon. You should accompany me to the next one. You'll never meet a more interesting bundle of folk." And with terrors rising, do need to stop by Port Avon anyway. Incognito princess, you want London? Why are you traveling? "For a change," he says with a smile. "After all, I am a princess. The ambition of any princess worthy of the name is to not remain so." Navigator, you want tea? Devil was what again? Right, you want 2 gourds of nectar and 2 caddies of tea. Engineer, to the hospital. Forgot about that. In not Port or anything. In New Winchester. And barring all that, I just need more officers. Next stop, Lustrum. See, all it took was carving out a few known routes, and already it's so much easier. Gone is the tension of, oh no, where do I go, where's this or that? Should I carry enough fuel to be careful? And now it's fine. Now the only concern is not getting killed by monsters. And if this box is here, then Lustrum should definitely be more to the right, or down from here. Who's this? Gotta fight all the marauders. They're the best source right now for Salonsky gossip. But more importantly, each one is a possibility of the mangonel. My baby, my bread and butter. Nothing. Just gossip. ×2 gossip. But it's guns I was hoping for. Not where I thought I were. Waste Wave, how come? Haven't earned the wrath of the Waste Wave? This guy is wrong. This is not where you're meant to be. Was it a trick of the mist? Has the wind carried you astray? How the heavens themselves turned on their axes? If I press on, it's 23% chance, just 1/5, if that. Or painstakingly retrace my steps for fuel and time. Maybe it won't be too bad if I press on through. Push forward into stranger skies, hope that somewhere beyond you'll find familiar territories again. Unlock when you have airs of terror. Aww, having terrors at all? Fine. Failed, surprisingly. Lost 3 crew? Oh my goodness. The mist is soft at the windows. The stars have gone awry. You crawl onward. There's an outbreak of violent star madness among the crew. In time, you find your way back to a stretch of sky you can locate on your chart. Your journey continues. Well, violent star madness. Does that mean they were detained, or is that deceased? It does say another crew member lost. I'm going to count that as death. Alright, let me see. Where is my dice roller? This is 10 crew, right? We had 10 crew. So 10 dice rolled 6 times, or 3 times. Rolled 10 right away. So that means goodbye to nephrolithitis. What's today's date? 30th of May. 30 May of 1305. Or 1905. Star Madness. Outside Lustrum. Number 3's gone. Who's 3? Captain Chad. Captain Chad is out. And last one, who also died. 1. Oh, sorry, Wither, but there goes Apasire Vace. And plus 1, 2, 3 deaths. Wait, wrong one. Go away. Then plus 1 on. That count? That did count for the death counter. 4 deaths now. I'll pretty this up afterwards. Get the format all looking nice and pretty again. What hue was it? That one? Perfect. 4 dead already. Especially bad though, since Lustrum is coming up. And I was hoping to drop off crew at Lustrum. And then Oathbreaker. Could you Sky Gods give it a rest? An argument breaks out between 2 crewmen. One owes the other money but cannot repay it. Unfortunately, the debt was sworn in the name of the Burr below, a roving god of the deep skies and a keeper of compacts. The Burrower has low opinion of Oathbreakers. Your crew mutter darkly. They fear that this will bring them bad luck. Punish them both, ignore the matter. It only costs 50 at least. I could afford 50. Take on and pay the Oathbreaker's debt. Skybreakers have invented 1,000 ways to placate the Burrower, for she is liberal with her displeasure. One allows a new person to take on the promise another made. At least, Hamlock's still alive, Cray Anderson's alive, Bartholomew Baroque, Chad still lives. One of your crew, tattooed with dragons, acts as an occasional mediator with the Burrower. She conducts a simple midnight ceremony, in which you recite the promise that was made, and immediately pay the amount owed. Your purse is lighter, but the debtor, the dettee, and the mediator seem happy. Outside, the sky's fogs are thick as soup. Okay, so what is the crew minimum for this engine? Each crew, or each engine, comes with a minimum number of crew that you have to safely operate it. 6. Okay. So as long as I'm at 6 or above, then we're safe. If we're below that, then things start falling apart quickly. You get Bristol fashion getting people sick. You get things falling apart and no one around to maintain everything. Ignore the sky, Madam Captain. Wait, hold on. I think I want to go low. Because going too high should bring me to the Desolation of Saliba, which also goes to Lustrum. But I want to directly go to Lustrum. Oh wait, no, that's not a Star Money Captain. I forgot, even Marauders come out of those. Just more gossip. It hasn't even been 1 year of in-game time. It hasn't even been... It's been 2 months since the game started on the 14th of March. Started halfway through March, 2 months later. Bitch in all caps, Crabboy. Alright. When we get new crew. Discontent. A junior signaler receives a dose of medicinal port in the infirmary after seeing a frozen corpse spin past a window. The experience has shaken him. The dead are hungry, he says. We need to make an offer and we'll come back and knock it at the hull. Jettison supplies. For 1 supply, my last supply, but Lustrum's coming up. Double back to the corpse and loot it. Recover the body, transport it for burial. Which is nice. But it does raise my nightmares. What's one nightmare? Should I? Nah. Jettison supplies, buy more in Lustrum. The rations spin away into the stellar mists. You will mourn the biscuits. Some of them had chocolate on. And now there's plenty of space for supplies and things. Only 4 cargo space taken. Where's Lustrum in the dark? There it is, on the Mother of Mountains. The frantic, hustling heart of Lustrum, crammed with prospectors, peddlers, and purveyors of essential and occasional illegal services. Most businesses take place here, unless you're a dreamer seeking your fortune in the claim field. First, Sweet Jane, a little accountancy firm, snuggled in the snowy drifts. Sweet Jane oversees everything herself. The transference of funds, the balancing of probabilities, the transport of commodities, the termination of contracts. She is huddled behind her desk, swaddled in a monstrously ugly red scarf. When she fiddles with her abacus with one gloved hand, she heats the other She heats the other over a little coal fire. Her one good eye focuses on you. She smiles. Listen to her offer. She limps to the window. Snow batters the window pane. The shadows of the mountain is all but lost in the blizzard. The lantern light means the offices of the Windward Company are just about visible. I was raised by the company. Children are fast workers, you understand. Her fingers drum on the windowsill. Such a waste. Where they see men, they see labor. Where they see time, they see change which wish to bind us. But where they see death in the skies, I see victory. She turns to you and smiles. Bring me nameplates torn from London's ships. I will see you adequately compensated. Except, how could I say no? You will hunt London's locomotives, and bring their nameplates to Sweet Jane. You kinda gotta, because if you don't accept, you don't get the nameplates. She reaches out and touches your hand, just for a moment. Hers is ice cold. Thank you. It says tasked with hunting down dreadnoughts, but any London ship will do. The dreadnoughts, the glorious dreadnoughts. I'm pretty sure even the deranged dreadnoughts count to the guest dreadnoughts. Port report. So much for the quiet retirement village it used to be here. The rush of prospectors has ripped the civility from the place as efficiently as a geo to the mountainside. The scars that remain are no less vivid. Fewer and fewer prospectors return with geodes of hours, and the cost of processing them from off-site grows every day. Still, for now, Lustrum thrives, and offers a promise of riches for any lucky or industrious miner willing to come and risk everything with the snow and the mud. Like me? First, amenable host identity. Successful prospectors tend to leave their mark on the mountain. People remember those who are able to leave, flush with hours. The locket is passed around the camps of the prospectors. Most scratch their heads, others sigh and look away. An elderly prospector approaches, carrying her hat in her hands. You're the one looking for old Gray, she sighs. Long dead, shot south of the mountain. Wouldn't share his hours. Fool. No point rising high in the mountain if there's no one at the bottom holding you up. Claim of my own. Stay close, friend, warns your hour harker. He grins. Or not. You paid already. He lights a vapor lamp, glowing purple like the gases of the nearby nebula. It occasionally sparks with little flecks of green. Soon enough, the lamp is the only light. As he moves out to the treacherous, mostly unclaimed edges of the mountain, occasionally he stops to sniff, or to drag a foot through the snow and mud in what looks like a line. Finally, he seems satisfied. He shoots you a mostly toothless grin as he lights a cigarette. Reckon this has your name all over it. What do you think? What's he giving me? The mud is soft here, under thick snow, no vegetation to be seen. Many claims have been staked here and their owners continue to work them. Garbage. Reject it. The good claims are running out quickly. This could get expensive. They gotta click away, click back in, click back into it. Again, mud soft, thick snow. There actually are good tells for what sort of claim field you want. And if you go to the Hangman's Pub and buy rounds for the miners, they give you clues to it, but it's not necessary. Again, 3 in a row. This guy's the worst. He's just leading me on to take my money, that's what it is. Terrain inhospitable. Ice under snow on hard ground. Few small trees, potentially used for cutting tools and firewood. This is better. You do want good ice. You want ice, saplings at most, and you want green and or yellow gases. So this is good, but there is one better. This terrain is inhospitable. Ice under snow and hard ground. A few small trees grow in and around your claim, potentially useful for cutting tools and firewood. Purple lights dance like some kind of a wisp, though it's impossible to tell whether they are actually alive or simply an effect of the nebula gases. That is the best one to take. There are no complications. You accept the Hour Harker's recommendation and plant your flag. You do not actually own this part of the mountain. You merely have the right to exploit it. It is time to get started. And sadly, since I've only got 7 crew out of 10, and it seems that the mountain singing event is not going on, so I cannot grab any spare miners to be crewmen, I could only afford to send 1 person out to work and still keep safe operations. It is not exactly a plum assignment, but a volunteer is soon volunteered to join the mining operations. They disembark, ready to get started, and order them to begin mining. Only 1 crew person to mine, all by themselves. Crab boy, we haven't gotten bitch yet. It's still only the same exact... What is it now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. The same 7 crew. But I do have to determine who we're leaving behind. 1d7. Crewman number 2, Chad, is staying behind. Wrong shade of green. There we go. Alright, begin mining. Chad. There's hours in this mountain, and if you can get them out, they'll make you rich. The quartermaster hands out the pickaxe and the food rations. The crew begin digging. Since you don't have access to furnaces large or powerful enough to get the most out of the mountain's larger geodes, they will focus on filling barrels with unseasoned hours. You can sell these at other ports. It will be some time before they dug out enough. You should return later. So the benefit of sending more crew out is that the more crew you have there, the quicker it is. But this will have to do. Murgatroyd's Golden Tea Shop. Some come for the fine teas, others for the carefully prepared manila folders under the counter. All agree the scones are divine. An oasis of London civility and culture in a town with little of either. Melisune Murgatroyd stands proudly behind the displays of fresh scones and slightly yellow cream buns. At small wooden tables, successful prospectors and their significant others welcome themselves to the world of Novo Rich with a spot of afternoon tea. Pinky fingers stand proud and erect from bone china cups, covertly topped with moonshine. Moonshine, or coconut juice for me. See, you don't need a fancy coconut juice. Had that 1 jar of organic coconut drink. I don't remember what brand it was, but oh my goodness, the less we speak about that, the better. Enjoy a cuppa. Empress's Favor, Eleutherian Gold or Indulgence Blend. Melisune's maids hurry around, serving clientele more used to bellowing at bartenders and sitting politely with exquisitely cut cucumber sandwiches. Eventually, it's your turn to be served. You're invited to choose your preferred blend. Let us try the Eleutherian Gold. It looks like tea, with the occasional sparkle. At a single sip, and you're feeling slightly dizzy. 2 sips, and you struggle to find your legs. The sense of pleasurably disconnected bonhomie lingers for hours. Now, if you drink tea twice there, at least 2 separate blends, more coarser nectar going cheap, 7 of them. I've got a couple back at New Winchester. But that's 700 sovereigns. That's okay. If need be, you can sell them. I'm buying them cheap anyway. Nothing else here, but I do need at least 1 supply. At least 1 supply. Oh, and that's it. That's max. 12 out of 12 hold. 1 supply and 4 fuel should be plenty to cut through the desolation of Saliba and get to New Winchester. Desolation of Saliba is not too bad. You get a bit of a horror game, because it is a horror. But the real disadvantage is it tends to be lousy with scribe spinsters, and on very rare occasions, curators. The first time I passed through the desolation of Saliba, I was unlucky enough to get a curator in my face, and that was the old curator. They've updated some of their graphics and things over time. The scribe spinsters used to be much smaller, and I think it was some update in 2019 or so. Was it 2019? That they updated the scribe spinsters to be bigger, and the curators got a big boost in Sovereign. But when I say big boost, it's primarily in physical dimensions. The way the curators used to be, they used to be about as big as a large engine. They were quick, they can chase you all over the map, and their attacks would home in on you. One update, they kept the size, they kept the aggression. But I'm pretty sure they made it, so once you left the zone, the curator would vanish. And I don't remember them doing that before the update. I'm fairly certain before that, if they wanted to chase you all the way across the world, they will. Or they would've. And now, oh my goodness, now. They aren't just a big target, but they're slow, they're easier to hit, they aren't as aggressive. And I'm pretty sure that their homing attack stopped homing. It's just a sonic screech, it goes straight out. Doesn't curve around to follow you. And I guess we'll see it later, but still. And I'll weep as I demonstrate just how easy they made them. So what am I doing? We checked out the host's rumors of his past self, all Red Lustrum. He should have one over New Winchester too, and the missing acrobat. So a couple more opportunities to make money. Last dregs of my supplies. Oh no. See, 0 for fuel or supply is fine, because that just means 0 excess. Just means you're on your very last one. But once that runs out, then I'm in trouble. Skip for now, got reports to sell. stowaway. Something's amiss. Things are out of place. Unexplained cracker crumbs on the pantry floor. The chief engineer's favorite wrench, hung on the wrong hook. Several empty pages torn from the back of your logbook. The crew protest their innocence and contribute their own stories. Vanished shoelaces, doors left open, oily footprints on a doorframe. You have a stowaway. Thorough search is only 46% chance success. I haven't seen this fail yet, and I don't want to. Coax them out with all my tales of terror. You wait until late, then make a hot toddy and find a comfortable chair in the galley. Casually, you begin talking aloud to the empty room. You talk of the hardness of the sky, and the terrible things that can befall those who are alone in it, without friends or companions to help when their luck runs out. All right, you've made your point. A shadow appears in the doorway. It's an urchin, with ratty blonde hair and a sooty face. Got another one of those, she asks, her hungry eyes fixated on the toddy. The urchin wears an oversized skyfarer's coat, clumsily and drastically hemmed at the sleeves and tails. Her eyes are pale, accustomed to starlight. A model of frostbite blemishes one cheek. When she speaks, her voice seems older than the rest of her. What is she, 12, 13? What is she doing here? A locomotive is no place for a child. She shrugs. Just catch it a ride, she says insolently. I've been catching engines across the reach of Albion for years. Seen half the sky I have. Port Prospero to the Silent Saint, Skyhenge to Carillon. Some of those places actually kind of dangerous. Where are your parents? Possibly a sensitive topic. She looks at her shoes, mismatched and scuffed. Gone. In the blockade of New Winchester. During one of the bombardments. She breaks off. Anyway, a neighbor tried to look after me, but I didn't like her much. War Orphan Stowaway from what update was it? For the Sky-worn urchin. I just forget the name of the update. Taking part in War Child's annual gaming fundraiser, Armistice 2019, encourages peaceful gameplay during the month of November to coincide with Armistice Day. Okay, what you want? She's taken aback by the question. No one's ever asked that before. Usually there's lots of shouting that I'm chucked off at the next port. She thinks about it, looking around the bridge. She's a good engine, loyal. I like to stay, she decides, until such a time as I don't. Well, she can stay, but don't get too comfortable with the engine because we are going to switch it out at first convenience. Let her stay. We could do with the mascot. What? Actually? She salutes you, inexpertly. You won't regret it. I can help out, like. I know my way around an engine, and I'm no stranger to the sky. I know my stuff. I could teach you. Perhaps by the time you tell her. You shake her grubby hand and send her to bed. It's past her bedtime. Port reports. 2 hooded sovereigns only. Maybe I'll take an artifact this time. 2 total otherworldly artifacts. That's you can tell how early in the gameplay it is, because those artifacts do stack up pretty quickly. Bing bong. Crew time then. 2 crew gained. Okay, so Crab Boy wanted 1 to be named Bitch in all caps. What else to name the other crew? Arrived on the 6th of June, 1905. 6th June, 1905. And 1 more. Any names? Come on. Before I name somebody else, and they die again. Munitions for Port Prosper? Nothing for things I actually have. Got plenty of nectar, if they want nectar. What's the chairman need? Just 3? 3 more to complete. What choice do I have? Got no other prospect I could actually complete. Maybe Port Avon or Magdalene's might have literature or souls. Right then, next stop Avon. Hull is alright, so slow day in Avon should be for... Wait, no, hold on, go back. I forgot everything I'm supposed to do here. One of which being the circus stuff, the other being for the... What's his face? For the amenable host. See, you go back and forth with this guy's too much for so long, your mind starts turning to jelly. Explore City. A distress called. A group of concerned Tacadies are looking for a skyfaring captain to assist them in retrieving a missing friend. Captain, a broad-shouldered Tacady speaks for the group. A friend of ours, there are protests. An acquaintance of ours has sent a message from Hybris. She needs transport back to New Winchester. He pauses for breath. Would you mind picking her up if you happen to go out that way? She's a filmmaker, goes by Mademoiselle Lumiere. She said she'd never return, so I have to assume she's taken ill. It'd be good to make sure she gets back safely. Hybris lies to the west of New Winchester. Now the amenable host identity. A titan of industry? Those are rare outside Albion. The initial search is fruitless. People giggle at the antiquated fashion on the display in the daguerreotype, the tilt of the jaw, the unfortunate arrangement of hair. But the proprietor of the round table seems to recognize a face. Oh yes, right sawed he was. She holds the locket up to catch the falling starlight through a window. Wanted to open a factory here a few years back. Something went wrong, and there was a workers' revolt. Not been seen since. And the family doctor for the incautious driver. A silver plaque on the door, bearing only a name, indicates that this as the address of New Winchester's most exclusive practice. Level up. On immediate appointment. While the doctor conducts her examination, the driver asks you to update the road records with their current employment. You take a moment's pleasure in the driver's ridiculous middle name, and pass over the field on gender straightforwardly crossed out. Their address was last an eyebrow-raisingly prestigious New Winchester townhouse. You amend it to the name of your locomotive. The doctor says, peering into the driver's ear. A case of verdancy. A fungal colonization of the brain, not uncommon in the Reach. You've noticed uncharacteristic impulses, changes in behavior. She eyes the driver's skysuit and scars. The driver nods. Yes, the spores root deeply in the brain. Attempts to extract them have had less than satisfactory results. I'm afraid the best prescription is to entertain them. Take them where they want to go. See the things they want to see. Typically, a little travel does a job. They'll soon lose interest. And then to find the runaway acrobat. An old beggar, sporting tackety boots and a black eye, has seen someone matching that description. They direct you to the top floor of a disreputable tenement. The halls are filled with gambling thieves and the stench of foods being cooked that would ordinarily draw a contingent of health inspectors. The runaway acrobat is lodged here. You find them practicing their dire throws and calculating how to turn their pennies into sovereigns. They frown at you. It's time to go back to the circus, is it? Fine. I could practice there as well. Let me grab my clothes. The return to the circus with the twin. Grab myself a cheeky level up. Do I get any new facets now? A mentor. A black sheep of the family. Family footsteps. The apple did not fall far from the tree. The way you turned out came as little surprise to those around you. Cast from a mold, they said. But which of your family's qualities do you embody? Their vices? Blood will out, they said darkly. It certainly does. With a little help and a sharp knife. Or their virtues. Some inherited wealth. You inherited character. Good breeding, people said. Well, perhaps. But you've always been a keen observer and learned quickly. For 5 hearts, 3 irons. Not irons, mirrors. Same thing, irons, mirrors. 35-16, 28-23. Stats are slowly starting to take shape. Okay, now I'll go. Except no, I won't. Hold on. Because almost about to run out of fuel. And if I'm going to the circus first. Alright. Enough for the trip from the circus to the circus and then to Avalon. And I got my 3 munitions for the parsimonious chairman. Can't believe, not even 3 months in and lost 4 crewmen already. That's kind of shameful. What as it turns out, the Windward Company attacks my 1 lone crewman over in Lustrum. Which means goodbye to Chad if that's the case. Who's that? Just Tarkety Scouts. How's money? 1151. If need be, I could just sell everything I built up. Bumpity bump. New arrivals. Could attempt to recruit, but I'll take the drop of terrors instead. Just more seeds. Everywhere just has seeds. Ignoring that then. Gervais's Rest. Collect free tickets. circus someone did it to me that I don't even have to pay for it anymore. The circus itself, a few captains have deviated from the usual routes to stop off here. Not exactly bustling, but much livelier than the graveyard now that I'm helping out. Performance. The magician's attempt to saw it in half comes to an unfortunate end. Oh no. High above, the bereaved acrobat again performs their own routine. For a tiny amount of applause. The clown is heralded for his comedic genius, Cuddles and Ruffles, for his comedic geese Cuddles and Ruffles, who march at the fighter before him. They honk as he juggles them, and the audience collapses to laughter. Strong woman lifts very large barbell over her head, repeats it several times when the crowd's reaction isn't as enthusiastic as she'd like. But it is getting better. Sky Stories, A Vision of Heaven, Can't Get More Than 7. Could I recruit crew? 39% chance success with hearts. Actually succeeded. For +1 crew. Your new crew member stares back, first at the big top, then at the vast carved obelisk. With difficulty they turn away. Ready for service, Captain. On the 8th of June. Just 2 days, really. 2 days since Lustrum. Get that shade of blue in. Okay, now it's 2 names I need. Oh wait, no, go back in. Forgot to go behind the tents. Reunite the acrobatic twins. I wondered when we'd see each other again, one twin remarks to the other. The other replies, how'd you know I'd return? You always have before. I'm glad you're all right. They wander off, each catching the other up as to what has passed in their time apart. Sky Stories, and now which to do? Just what, 2 more? Magician's Props. I think I'll say the Magician's Props for last, because if it does end up being to hunt down a Scribe Spinster, I can't do that with this ship and with this engine and this weapon. 6 of Rats. Ideally, the strong woman's act is to lift unusual objects brought in by the crowd. The problem is, no one knows you're supposed to bring something. The ringmaster leans under his desk to pick up a fat bundle of posters. He drops it with a thud. We need these slapped all across Lustrum and Port Avon. Lucky for me, Port Avon is on the itinerary. And only 2 space left in my cargo hold. 7 from fuel and food. 3 is the munitions, right? 3 munitions. How far away is Port Prosper from Avon? A clear shot down, it looks like. So I might be able to get away with selling some of my supplies when I get to Port Avon, if there is something that I want to buy from the bazaar there. Both Port Avon and Port Prosper carry food and fuel. This homestead's almost hidden beneath the growth of wild, sprouting foliage. As if it were the victim of a fairy tale curse, the flora in the reach is difficult to tame, and the settlers who dwell here are struggling. So I could sell off 1 packed munitions for Bronzewood, which means I'll be able to complete Port Avon's, but not Port Prosper's. It's tempting, but nah, I'll just leave. Become briefly without terror, and simply pick up Bronzewood from some other place. Maybe I'll be lucky, and the bargain at Port Avon will be Bronzewood. Because it happens sometimes too. It is possible for the prospect and the bargain to be the exact same thing. There is a ruin on top of me. But I don't think I need to look at it without the assaying device. Terror or specimen. 72% chance success. One specimen get. Oh, that's cute. The Katagiri's blood is still traveling. It's gone now. Quiet day. Well, first let me see what's a bazaar. Souls. And 7 souls at that. So I could just keep that as is, and that'll be both these prospects fulfilled. Port Prosper wants 3. Port Prosper wants 3. I have 3 and 3. Lucky me. How's my hull? I can't check it here. 26 out of 30, just 4. So it's fine. I guess I won't take advantage of the slow day then. Alright, first, the Vagabond. Gotta seek out the court of the Skylarks. The camp has moved since the Vagabond was here last. He stoops to examine a wooden post etched with dozens of signs. We call these Skylark signals, says the Vagabond. The post has been carved out with dozens of crude hieroglyphs. Top secret. We carve them to tell each other the characters of report. He jabs at a row of zigzags. This means unfriendly. He points at a triangle. But this means there's a Skylark camp nearby. You follow him past the village's fringe. You hear voices raised in drunken song. Then you see a crumbling bridge, beneath which are the campfires and tents. My loyal subjects, roars the Vagabond, plunging down the slope. Stamping around the fires, singing of old adventures, howling and dancing and laughing. The Skylar's coats are ragged. Their hygiene is questionable, and many of them bear unsightly scars. But they seem to have found something to celebrate. Perhaps just that they had made it through another month. They raise their flasks and bottles in a toast and roar together. My life is a lark. My king is a sky. Listen to their stories. The Vagabond is in his element, raising his voice above all others. Occasionally, one of the other Skylarks gets a turn. A Skylark hunches forward, his face skull-like in the firelight. He launches into a fanciful tale of somewhere hidden in the furthest quarters of the Reach, called the Sugar-Spun Garden. The Sugar-Spun Garden is a mythical place where weary Skylarks can settle down. He describes whiskey rivers and marzipan mountains, and a land without laws. The Skylarks lucky enough to find his way here can sleep contentedly in a grove where even the trees are smiling. When he is finished, half the Skylarks are weeping. The Vagabond raises his flask solemnly. Cinders swirls into the night sky. Oh, that is weird, because we haven't found cinders yet. I would have thought that I would have seen the Rat Brigade. Where would they be? Lustrum? Carillon? Lustrum, maybe? So what's Cinders doing all the way here by herself? Trade rumors. A group of flint-eyed Skylarks are blowing smoke rings and sharing what they've learned when they roam the high wilderness. They discuss where to find work in New Winchester, the price of beer in Lustrum, the battles of the Winchester War, and wilder rumors too, of course. A wild-eyed Skylark claims that the devils at Carillon are replacing people with doppelgangers. One woman, shivering, insists that she saw a 100-eyed monster the size of a continent swimming through the dark. Well, that one is definitely true. Lastly, a solemn young woman announces that a Skylark named Quivers has gone missing. It's been months since she was seen at camp or any stations. Probably dead. There are 1,000 ways for a Skylark to die before their time. Leave the Skylarks camp then, because the party's dying down. Many of the Skylarks are asleep in their tents, or drifting back to the station in search of a ride. You search among the tents for the immutable vagabond, and find him fast asleep beside a dwindling fire. A flea-bitten dog is gnawing at one of his boots. The Skylarks are quite happy to let the so-called king sleep it off in the dirt. You shake him, and he wakes with the noise like a bear being stabbed. Another meeting with my loyal subjects, declares the vagabond, lurching to his feet and swaying only slightly. Come, let us return to the engine. Adventure awaits. He sets off, confidently, in the wrong direction. And the vagabond's respect for me has grown? Village Green, nothing I want here right now, nowhere in. Could read some speculative fiction. The Rat Brigade, there they are. Oi, down here! The three rats glower up at you from below the table, where spilt beer has trickled down to form a rat-reachable puddle. Chief Engineers, increase veils by 6, iron 2, villainy 1. The smallest, most scarred rat is called Cinders, who, as you remember, was trolling through the air for whatever reason. She introduces her companions. This, she indicates, the rat wearing goggles, is my second, Petronella, our mechanic. She gestures towards a rat with glossy fur. And this is our agent provocateur, Albrecht. The rat inclines his head. We need a locomotive. These battle-hardened rats are all that remain of the Rat Regiment, a mercenary company active in the early days of the Winchester War. Used to be a dozen of us, the best sappers around, says Cinders. Now look at us. Her whiskers twitch. Time for that later. We'll pay, ma'am. Recruited the Rat Brigade, and all totally for free. Deliver the Cantankerous trophy. The stout veteran pokes at it. What a horrible creature. He twiddles his bushy mustache. A perfect centerpiece. Jenkin, fetch the hoist. Now let me see. 3 fuel, soon to be 2 supply, to make it across here then down. Should work. Would make more room to get the rest of these souls, but can't really afford to. Rats, where do you want to go? The Rat Brigade has made a mess of your galley. Straw, bits of blanket, and patches from damaged uniform have been gathered into a makeshift nest. In contrast, tiny notebooks, battered derringers, and hip flasks that are not as small as you might expect are stored with care, stacked in a corner away from prying hands. Why exactly do you need a locomotive? Perhaps showing a confidence of your own would encourage candor. Cinders lights a cigar. Our Sarge kicked the bucket in the blockade, but the night before, he told each of us he'd left us something in a vault. Old sod must have been loaded. Thing is, we need his account number to get it. He gave part of it to each of us so there'd be no thieving, hence our predicament. That last mission, our LT sold us out. Half the squad died, the rest scattered. We took the numbers off the dead, but we need to find the survivors of the company. Between us, we have the number. And we still have to find the vault. Cinders grinds her yellow teeth in frustration. Sarge kept some stuff at Carillon. Doubt it's in the vault, but it might be a clue. She cocks her head. 50 sovereigns for a trip to Carillon, then? Can do. It's not too far away. Ask Albrecht about Sarge. They're on a quest because of his bequeath. What was he like? How did he die? The past unburied. Albrecht is polishing his claws. Sarge casts a very long shadow. He is some with us as he started the Winchester War, the best fighting rats who came to the Avid Horizon. He made us a unit. He adjusted his whiskers. But if we have no respect, we were expendable. To get better contracts, we had to be respectable. So we found a rodent of officer class to lead us. Part hamster, I think. He sighs. And that's where we've all went wrong. He lapses into silence, and will say no more. Spend time with the Rat Brigade. They can be a riot if they're in the mood. The Rat Brigade are playing cards. Cinders is cheating. By means of mirrors concealed in the sleeves of her uniform, a spring-loaded trap, and brazen card counting, Albrecht and Petronella have devised a surreptitious drinking game around each new display of bad sports rat shit. Cool. I like the rats. And do you want what now? Speak of the wonders of the sky? Well, my voice is kind of getting a bit dull. So I'll save speaking to you for later, maybe after Port Prosper. Fool wonders of the sky after all. Can't just sit here reciting the entire story. Without break, at least. And to imagine that I used to do this for weeks on straight. The only concern for my physical well-being of my mouth, ample water, ample tea. Shirley had a few good days in those early shy days, but plenty of just totally worn out jaw days. Tongue thick as leather for far too much reading for day in and day out. Jaw completely sore. Briefly without terror again, thanks to the memorial to the unknown rat. But very little for the cabbies. Sure, you could reform the House Academy, and there's a one cabbie with this mechanical bat that you can get as a scout, but still, easily more rat love in this. So tempting to attack those. They have such good loot, good XP, a nameplate for each one now. Maybe it knows my intent and now it's following me. Now it knows that I know that it knows that it's backing off. She'd also stop by the relay, even if I have no intention of going across to Albion just yet. Because I do get that package. Ministry approved literature. Who wants literature again? That's for the Trader's Wood, right? I'm not going that far out. Enter Port Prosper for report. Search for the amenable host identity here. The house might still be here. It had purple walls, which would surely stand out. If not, you have the locket. Not a soul in Port Prosper recognizes the locket. Who's that, then? Does he still wear his hair like that? Fancy becomes familiar refrains. More promising is a house you saw painted on the imitable host chamber. You locate several candidates. all apparently repainted over the last couple of years. But one is in the exact location as in the host painting. Nobody seems to remember who owned it or why, but apparently, it had once been associated with the Parlor of Virtue, established not long after Port Prosper's foundation. No conclusive evidence of his identity in any of these ports. Factory tour. 90% chance of mingling with the West Enders and admiring the factory without losing East End favor. The chimney belches out sulfur. The workers sound the hammers in time with the striking of a bell. Hours come in unrefined and leave refined. You commend the harmonies of four, how the soaring vaults of the ceiling reflect the aspiration of the workers below. Right, totally the workers' aspirations. You declaim how hours spent result in hours saved. The factories are a monument to time well spent. Neither time nor man is wasted here, completely BSing for the West Enders. Your rhapsodies draw attention of the other visitors. Several applaud politely. Tolerated by the West Enders now. Settler transport? Who once were then? Would you take me to Leadbetter and Stainrod Nature Reserve? I'd love to see the wilderness. From a safe distance, of course. She rushes onto your vessel. As soon as you finish, shaking hands. Excellent. Out of your way then. Hardly even notice me. Another criminal then. Souls for Lord So-and-so. And a bonus 50 sovereigns. Gee, thanks. Munitions for the chairman. And one supply. And penny dreadfuls. How many do they need? 5 more Trader's Wood? I mean, I guess I could, at the very least. It would also mean maybe I'll get the opportunity to use some wood and drop back off at Port Avon. And now room for 1, 2. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to put up posters for the strong woman at Port Avon. That's fine, the next time I'm over. Plenty of things to do back at Port Avon anyway. So plenty of needs to go back for. Delayed package. The board customs official is glad to clear some space in their cramped office. As long as you don't want to travel between regions without the appropriate paperwork, they couldn't care much less about the cargo. This package has been serving double duty as a card table for the last week, but it's yours now, and the people of Leadbetter and Stainrod's Nature Reserve will be glad to receive it. Cool. Paperwork for a travel permit, need 2, got 2. At a Bronzewood kiosk, the superintendent examines your papers minutely, sticks them on a spike, then signs and stamps a small booklet for you. Your new transit permit. Union Jack Blue, he says of its cover, as if it were something to be proud of. I am now allowed to go between the Reach and Albion if I wanted to, but currently I'm in no condition. People say Eleutheria is tough. As far as I'm concerned, London is a beastly one. And not just because of the way it churns human lives. But that's the only place in the entire game where you get the Dreadnought guests. And those things are far more difficult than so many things outside the Blue Kingdom. Eleutheria has what? Grievers that just fly around. And when you pop them, they give you inspiration, visions of heaven, Navartine gemstones, so practically pinatas. Those half quite real, half fake things you could just fly away from. Maybe the occasional spinsters and scriveners. The occasional scorn fluke, which isn't too bad. But I'll be on. Deranged dreadnought, guest dreadnoughts. Whole areas swimming in scriveners. Place is no joke. And the marauders. Marauders that shoot rapid fire triple missiles, the only one more difficult being in the Blue Kingdom. Still no gun. Marauders, I appreciate all the salon-stewed gossip. But where's the big guns to give to me as a gift? I can't rock the Jerusalem forever. Wow. Look at that baby-size explosion. Boop. Little Timothy's first cannon. Pretty sure it can cut between up here. Or not. No, that's all solid. There's no shortcut there. So I'm thinking, after I upgrade the engine and the weapons, the next will have to be the engine, not just a locomotive. The default engine is fine for 2008 and 2019. 2008, 2018, and 2019. But now we have proper engines in full steam. And as nice as this chill meander is, you can go faster. Got some ports, right? 1, 2, and 3. So let me get myself 3 free sovereigns times 100. Okay, so next up is going to be to Port Davon, beyond which to the Trader's Wood. Victory Hall, give me port reports. Only 3 artifacts. Almost embarrassing. Crewman's observations. Yep, criminal again. That's fine. We don't know what crimes they are. And London isn't exactly the cleanest of slates either. We'll come to learn or already know that it is pretty horrific. Right, Lustrum. It's Port Avon and Lustrum that requires the posters for the Strong Woman. Okay, while I'm here then. Hours for Leadbetters and Seeds for Avon. Let me grab myself a real super quick bathroom break. That'll come back for like one more job for the day. Maybe we'll get enough money to get the new engine, probably not. But we'll see. But first, BRB. There we go. Should be much less bouncing around now. Tongue already getting a very slight bit leathery. But that's fine. That's why I'm doing this just once a week. Bam. Alright, so who wants what? Port Avon, Leadbetter and Stainrod, Trader Wood, Bronzewood. 3. Fuel should be alright. Even the 1 supply should be okay. Because I could always resupply at Port Avon itself. Which is just right down the road. And since Trader's Wood usually isn't too far away from Port Avon either. A couple more fuel from the slow day. And 1 supply should do it. To last the trip to Trader's Wood and back, since Trader's Wood only has supply, I think. No fuel itself proper. And there, use space. Use space in space. And with this, that'll leave just Titania and Hybris as undiscovered. Bing boom. Souls left. I'll pick those up later. New bargain in 20 whole days. 50 sovereign bonus. Just 1 Bronzewood more is all I'm asking for. Okay, give me the slow day. A pleasant breeze wafts through the village, making its even pricklier residents relax their guard and welcome guests. Round of cricket, cheap fuel. Cheap fuel and 2 supply. Okay, so it's someplace in around this area. Going to need someplace covered in trees. If you see trees, you're in the right place. But not too many trees. If it's a deep wood, then we've ended up in the Regent's grave. We don't want that. At least not yet. That's its own full story left. The first time I played this way ages back, I completely missed Port Avon entirely trying to find it. Ended up deep in the Trader's Wood, and it was the creepiest sensation, because I just started playing the game, didn't know what was where, and all we had were these dark shadows every place. What little light was illuminated by my headlamp. And just spotting a Katankery was enough to really creep me out. Monsters coming out from the mist, so no. Bronzewood. An actual Bronzewood to hew. Okay, that's a prospect over at Port Avon. Completed. But this does not feel right. I think I've gone too far in. No, this is it exactly. That's 3 on 3 then. For going there, thinking, wait, this is wrong. Then either turning around or wanting to turn around. Traitor's Wood is a sprawling, secluded forest on the edge of the Reach. Few venture beneath its gloomy boughs, and legends speak of a king who sleeps under the bower of the wood's heart. I'll explore it some other time. Port report. Outside of the Somerset camp, the great forest of bronzewood trees has gone untouched by human hands. Voices sound in the deeps of the woods, forlorn and far away. The wood is vast, and vastly lonely. But I'm just here for the bazaar. Sell all the books. 5 consignments in Ministry-approved literature. 2,906. And souls, always just souls. A tale of souls and souls eternally retold. Alright, back to Port Avon then. Port Avon, drop off this last bit of wood. Or I could keep it and take it to the clock in Port Prosper instead. Because they need 1 wood and 1 nectar to complete their project. But nah, Avon first. Avon upon Avon. You know, Stratford upon Avon has a pretty decent butterfly farm. Highly recommend it. But oh my goodness, all the Shakespeare stuff is all way expensive. They definitely know what people are coming in for. I haven't checked out any Shakespeare stuff myself because of the, well, 1, lack of interest, 2, the expense. But the butterfly farm is cool. The butterfly farm is cool. Probably one of the better ones I've been to. Not that I've been to too many. butterfly farms are butterfly farms. Can't exactly do them wrong. Okay, what's going Ledbetter's? Hours then. So we'll go back to Winchester, pick up the hours, take the hours to Ledbetter's, sell it, drop off the person, then hopefully buy don't have enough money. Sell the last bronze wood that they've been begging for ages. 2 supplies. And then more hours. Sure, I could fit 2 more. Oh right, we're also here for the ruins. Because there were rumors about Tacites in the ruins. Tacity men have been seen entering the ruins in the dead of night, armed with shovels and lanterns. You wait until the sky is dark and the distant stars have dimmed before making your way to the ruins. You go alone, bearing only a shuttered lantern. The dust rises underfoot as you tread along the shadowed halls, greater and gloomier than the manors in old London, through gaps between stones, narrower than the inside of the coffin. Voices grow near, voices, and a rich, resplendent light. The luminous glow of brilliant souls, mined from the ruins, infects this hidden habitation with radiance. A group of heavy-set men and women in hobnail boots are just ahead. They are intent not on the deposits of souls, but on the hollows amidst the stones, where they are busy burying caches of munitions. A crunch of stone behind you, a beam of lantern light. The burly MacDonald brothers have followed you in, warned the Tacites. Not here to assist the MacDonalds, who will just as quickly kick me out. If they're discovered, they'll be booted off Port Avon. You rush into the breach, startling the illegal miners. A chorus of surprise and alarm greets your sudden entrance. But there's no time for questions. You convince the leader, a hard bit to next prospector, to lead her men out through an alternate escape route, blasted into the ruins. You cut an expensive deal and stay behind to tell the MacDonalds you're on a nighttime stroll when you stumbled on a cave-in. They're more than happy to believe the stupidity of outsiders. The Tacites will be back for their weapons in the future, but next time, they'll be more careful about it. Mixed fortune Tacites, curious, reputation Tacites, stovepipe fortune now desperate, so Tacites should have full dominance in the reach, apart from the area directly outside Port Prosper. It's a shame no other areas have that back and forth. Albion has the strength of the sun, which doesn't really change anything as far as I know. Apart from how desperate the engineers sound at the Clockwork Sun. And that's really it. Maybe Eleutheria could have had some kind of back and forth with the Liberation. The original intent was for the Liberation of Night to be somewhat more cancerous in its growth. But I get how that had to be something they kept back on. While this is serviceable as a video game with decent action and whatnots, it mostly serves as a vehicle for the narrative. This is a narrative game first and foremost. Emphasis is on stories. Which is kind of a shame, to be honest, that this Sovereign Edition is the definitive final form, barring the occasional bug patch, of Sunless Sky. It has good stories, but there's also the potential for stories, fans and players longing for more. So I have to wonder if they'll ever continue on this road. With Mask of the Rose, they do seem to be returning to Autumn London, which still does get several updates kind of regularly. Compulsory Nia. Nah, not right now. Heart sickness just as we got back to port. Nothing else here, right? Nothing else here. Seeds for Avon again. Avon, come on. You grow seeds. You are a seed exporter. You know this. Okay, how much? 5 more. I've only got 3 unseasoned hours. And I shouldn't get too involved in the hour trade too, since I will need a lot of hours. One will do. And I guess I could, but it's only, what, 75 each? It's not nothing. It is money. Maybe we'll get more Leadbetters. Maybe Palmyra will have some. What time is it now? 4:16. At least we should have enough time. But you know what? I forgot to go to the flyers again at Port Davon. That's fine, whatever. At some point, I'll go back to Lustrum, pick up some hours from Chad, take the amicable vagabond to his old mansion. Spoilers. Then put up flyers there, come back around to Avon, lay out more flyers, and back and around to the circus. But it wasn't really worth much, the monetary reward from the circus, so not too much of a loss putting that on standby. Oh, was that 2 Dreadnoughts versus 1 Tackety Scout? Not going to get involved in that when I've only got the 24 hull max. 30 hull really is nothing. There are things that can rip apart dozens of your health. Let's just say I will never take this engine into the Blue Kingdom. The scoots mean I can't escape, devours the dead. The small hull means 1 or 2 bites would just melt me. Boop. Hunting party, but aren't as garbage. Just explore the nature reserve on your own to drop terror. Port report, drop off the settler for more mons. $200 sovereign, 306. That's almost enough to buy the new engine. Deliver the impounded goods for another 200. 3 hours. And more hours. Buy hours. To sell the hours. See, the superior researcher was not going down the street to the buoyant broker. They didn't have to know about each other. Seeds for Avon, I could safely ignore, I think. And fuel and food is plenty. No, come back. Because I gotta check back with the phlegmatic researcher. First, Albert Seidel, to get more side sky stories. Then, 2, capabilities inquest, and see what research is needed. Ask about the researchers at his completed research. The phlegmatic researcher welcomes you to his table with a booming sit down. He calls for one of his scouts to pour you a brandy. Thanks to the hard labor of my fine colleagues, we've done it. Done what? It's just outside the window, the phlegmatic researcher points with his walking stick and raises his eyebrows theatrically. An orchard is growing outside. The trees all bear, well, one cannot say fruit, for they bear potatoes or carrots, while others have ears of corn hanging like pine cones. The phlegmatic researcher raises his glass. I call them sapling knots. With careful discipline, it's possible to harness or reaches chaos in abundance. After that, one may dictate growth. Wood may be negotiated with. And now have 1 sack of verdant seeds for Port Avon. New list, what's he need now? The stomach of a cantankerous, a titanian petal, and a fungal crinoline. The stomach of a cantankerous. If one could better determine the dietary habits of these ancient beings, we could establish a relation that they bear toward the creatures, to their eating habits. Then we may know more of the history of this new horizon. The fungal crinoline. Fungal meteoroids have been observed with Leadbetter and Steinrod's telescopes. Were we able to take a sample, we may learn the origin of these celestial voyagers. And the clippings of the titanian flower, a gigantic bloom, the only one of its kind of this verdant reach. What is the purpose behind its gargantuan size? Is it a unique species, or merely an unusual large variety of the common orchid? I forget if I can get a clipping in most circumstances. If that's something to do from the start, or if I have to fight off the bees and rebuild Titania first. But because we haven't stopped by Titania yet, there shouldn't be any bees. The first time you go to Titania is totally clear to lull you into a false sense of security. Out of tea, out of coconut juice. Just water now. There's a thing behind me, but it's a bit too far away from me. If there weren't 2 dreadnoughts, I'd help. But getting caught between the 2, I'll just satisfy myself with the experience from the Takati Scout getting blown up. If they don't despawn, which they shouldn't, they've still been going. The sad thing about this is going to be that I have 4,100 sovereigns now. 200 soon. And I'm going to have to say goodbye to so much of it. Maybe what I'll do tomorrow is hunt down some marauders. There's a few places where marauders spawn so quickly. And just go back and forth on them till eventually I get the Marauder Mangonel, then hop on over to Pan to make some easy money. Alright, any new prospects? Nectar for Carolon, 5 gourds. I have so many. Deal, I'll do it. Carolon and then Lustrum Beyond. To pick up my first assortment of hours from the mine, from my claim. Wolvesy Engine Yards. A notorious graveyard for unwanted, unloved, or blasted out of the sky engines. Occasionally there are gems among the scraps. Well, first let me recover the engine's repairs. Is how much? 18? It's nothing. Pelennor class trader. Popular mining vessel in the Reach. It can be found lumbering through the rock fields, stuffing its hold with unrefined hours. It's 3 more extra space. But crew limit of 8. I'll have to say goodbye to somebody. Which I'll count as retirement. It's not going to be a death. Okay, who's going to be retired? Unless I buy extra cabins or something, but it's also expensive. Cramped quarters, 300. Maybe could do that. That gives what? Plus 4 quarters? But it's 10 more weight. And it's 300 sovereigns. Fine, sure. No reason to lose anybody just yet. Sensible plumbing is 600. Alright, cramped quarters it is. Additional crew quarters, squeezed in wherever you can find the space. Best recruit only the most flexible, or at least uncomplaining crew members for a while. The things I do to take care of fictional people. There, crew space of 14. So, if I lose a 2 from here, it'll be fine. Pelennor class trader. For a bit less fuel efficiency, less crew, more cargo space, more hull. Double the auxiliary. What to name it? This slow, ambling, somewhat bulbous engine. Let's name you the Dugong. Hooray, got the first ship upgrade. And how much cash now? Cash currently at 398. But I'm going to bring 5 of you to Carolon. And then stop by Lustrum. Which means I'm going to need a goodly amount of fuel to get all the way here, then here, then here. Or I could go Lustrum first. Lustrum, refuel, then Carolon, and then back. Let's from first, I should think. So 8 fuel, 2 food. Sell stuff, resupply. Good itinerary. Now first, I could investigate this enigmatic black box given to us by Captain Whitlock at the start of the stream. Consult with an academic, because I do have affiliations with the Academy, and an uncanny specimen. He comes recommended by several acquaintances. He will give you his rarefied opinion, if you have an unusual trophy from your journeys to share with him. The academic is wild-haired and scatterbrained, but his expertise is undeniable. He provides a wild hypothesis. We know that judgments, the suns, made the laws that govern all things. Those laws are enforced most vigorously wherever the light can reach, but a container like this might thwart their sight. If I wanted to exclude something from certain laws of heaven, I would hide it in a box like this. Hinting whatever's in here is so valuable as to avoid the sun's attentions. Could pick the lock if I had more veils. Someone who could open it from among my villainous associates. Costs 200 sovereigns, though. It only takes affiliation, villainy, too. Let's see, who's got villainy? Bohemia, Establishment, Academy, Bohemia again. There's one villainy. Alright, so even if I could, though, that's a bit too much for me right now. What about veils? Iron and veils, that's 2 veils. Hearts and veils. Iron and 6 veils. %56% chance success, barely any. Heart and irons, heart and veils. Irons and veils, hearts and veils. Hearts and mirrors, irons and veils. Alright, I guess that's that then. And locomotive is great, so I guess what I'll do tomorrow is start off with a trip to Carillon, sell some stuff, hook around, go to Lustrum, check out Chad, and get a couple new names in, because 2 of our new folk are still on Sampleton. So they have to be named before I get rid of them. But that's gonna be next week, Monday maybe. As much as I do enjoy Sunless Skies, my throat, my jaw, my tongue is gonna hate me. So I'll keep it to a once per week thing. Once per week of trying to complete the truth on one captain. For now, I'm going to see who to drop a little raid onto. There is one other person actually playing Sunless Skies. I'm actually surprised that it isn't more of them. Because Sunless Skies isn't exactly an obscure game. People do seem to love it. Looks like Pat Rack 5 is over in Albion. In London proper. Are they playing a console version? I do believe they are. PlayStation buttons and everything. I don't think I've seen this played on the PlayStation before. They have the Cavi. They have the Moloch. 5,000 sovereigns. So they're definitely not just starting out. And they've chosen well, getting the cavi. Alright, we are going to watch Pat Rack. And tomorrow, then, is going to be something of a surprise. It won't be Sunless Skies, it won't be Yakuza, because I don't have any more Yakuza games. But it'll be something. I feel better doing more stuff, since I have started not looking, that makes it sound like I've been doing nothing, which I have been doing. Getting back on track with my teacher credential stuff. Only a couple of tests to do. TB, clearness verification, but that's got a tight month timer. Got accountants working on the money stuff, university helping out, working on the teacher credential stuff. Guinea is feeling good then, and Guinea feeling good means more games for you guys. So see you tomorrow, we'll find out what it is. Let's go watch Pat Rack 5. And see if they ever pull the cavi out of storage. So see you guys around. Thanks for hanging. Take care of yourselves, have fun, and if you like the Sunless Sky stuff, next Monday, promise.